Awkward! Awkward! Whoa.
Has it seriously been this long? Well, seeing as we haven't seen you for a week. You know the drill, Kenneth.
Turn back on the music! Oh my god.
Avodago, egg, frying an egg, frying an egg.
Awkward. Thank you so much for the sub. Oi. You know the drill. I do know the drill after all this time. Thank you very much for the 11 months. Awkward. Oi. Kato, how are you doing? You're on your brand new iPad. Writing on this thing is hard. Boy, be careful. Make sure that you send the right messages. Otherwise, we might become confused. Oh, wait. I was going to change my shirt. Oh, wait. You guys, I got to go change my shirt. I forgot. I can't wear this. I have to be in theme. Okay, one moment. I got to go get a different shirt on. You guys just hang out and talk to one another. Shirtless stream? No. I said another shirt. Another one, as in I'm wearing one right now. Oh my god. Okay, BRB. Can't believe I forgot this. All right. We got a shirt on. Nice. Unbelievable. I can't believe that you're trying to get me reported. I'm about to be reported out here. Ahem. Divey, what's up? How are you doing? Kato, hope that you've been doing well, by the way. Didn't say anything. Sorry. Hi, everybody. I missed y'all all very much. We got to stop doing these breaks. These are no good. No good. Rosera, thank you so much for the sub. Oi. Thank you so much for the 26 months. Oh my God. No message? You know what, Rosaire, if you type out a message, I'll read it out loud, okay? I will be your TTS. Hello. Oi. Male streamers can what? Yeah, hey! Hey, Kareem! It's a hype train, yay! Thank you so much. Oi. You guys!
It's been how long? Always a pleasure being a part of the squirrely community of the Earl.
Thank you
Kenny,
so much.
You're such an incredible human being. Thanks for sharing
Hugs all the
yourself
beans.
with the internet.
Oh my
Hugs
goodness,
all the
everybody,
beans,
please
tee.
give a warm welcome. Oh my God. At tier 3, Kareem. Thank you. Lithium Pines, dance for me. All right, you guys, it's time for the reveal. I have done it again, you guys. I have done it again. I went bald again. It's right. You're right. Bald, Kenny. I can't believe it, but I've done it again. I couldn't wait for New Year's. You guys, We've got 100% legitimate egg. Hey everybody, it's me, completely bald Kenny. I can't believe it. I can't believe he's... Just kidding. Just kidding, you've been pranked. I'm not bald, you goofballs. You goofballs, we ain't being bald out here. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hi everybody, it's me, not bald Kenny. Whoa, is that true? No, it's not true at all. It was all lies. It was all lies. So sorry for the lies, everybody. Listen, I wouldn't do that to y'all. I wouldn't do it to you again. Egg Kenny looks like Lenny. I'm not Lenny, don't worry. We've been pranked. That green cap looks nice. Oh, thank you. Where did I put it? Yes, I have big plans. I have big plans for this beautiful little... It even has some eye slots. But yes, I have some plans for this. We're not doing it yet. It's not here yet, but I got some plans to do with some fun scenes. I'm excited. The broken trust cannot be restored. I will have to live with that. I'll have to live with being untrusted forever. Also, hi there, Coffee Casualty. What's up? How'd you know it was a green cap there? I can't believe it. Also, Anne, how are you doing? Hope you're doing fantastic. I miss y'all all so much. What happened over the entire week? You guys, please explain what happened over the last week. Anything exciting? Anything amazing? I did lots of exciting and amazing things. Duke of Glimmer, the Headless Horseman Halloween costume leak. Well, I mean, you haven't gotten it completely off. You're not completely off, if I'm gonna admit, but also, Kenny, your hair is now iconic. You can't revert back to egg. You know, it would be so much more meaningful if I shaved off all of this hair. All of this hair makes it an even more exciting switch. There we go. Now we've got a little bit of front hair. How was spending time with Obst? Absolutely amazing. 100% the best visit so far. I was so comfortable. I was so happy. I enjoyed it so much. We met a bunch of new people and still got some time for each other. Oh my goodness. I don't want to make y'all jealous though. I can't tell y'all too much about it because I don't want to make you jealous. Also, what's up, Sarah? Thank you for the welcome back. I missed y'all so much. I don't think I can take another break like this again. I don't think that we could take another break like that again. That was way too long. Way too long. I guess I'm gonna have to take a small break in May, but that's gonna be like, I guess it'll be like after all my birthday stuff, because my birthday's in May. I'm trying to plan stuff as soon as possible. It's already the 21st. Oh no. My birthday is in less than 2 weeks. It's on May 2nd. Oh my God. But it's gonna be like 2 weeks until we do like a birthday bash. We're gonna do a like 24-hour birthday bash on the weekend so that my mods don't have to suffer as much, okay? May 5th. No, it's not May 5th. Not May 5th. A fancy hat. Oh, thanks, Kimmy. I appreciate it. Thanks. Howdy. Thanks a lot, appreciate it. This hat has been passed down through my family for generations. Thank you so much for complimenting. This was my father's hat, and it was also my grandfather's hat, and it was also my great-grandfather's hat. He won it during the Civil War. It's true, during the Silver War. If you keep saying your hair, if you keep saving your hair and take care of it, you can technically donate it. That's true. That's true. Also, you guys, thank you for the hype train. Is this what happens whenever I stream after a long time? Is that there's a hype train that goes off from the subs that have been waiting? Thank y'all so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me see. You were yelled at your manager during a Good Friday morning rush, so you sorta maybe said I'm trying. It's a sticky situation. What? You yelled at your manager? Oh my. Awkward, very rebellious of you. Very, very independent. Very independent. Oreo, how are you doing? Oi. Oh boy, I just got here. What's going on? We're gonna play a game. We're gonna be playing games, okay? Yo, this music's kind of loud, right? Is that better? I don't know. But we're gonna be playing a survival crafting game that you could probably guess which one it is. Okay, we're gonna be crafting something. What's the title again? It says, stranded with no hope of rescue. What? No, the workouts are still available? Kasaib, what's up? How are you doing? Do I have to go do pull-ups now? What? Okay, I guess I have to go work out really quick. Well, you can't see me do it because I have a green screen up. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? It's not, oh, he was not happy and continued to yell at me for a solid 3 minutes, even threatening to send you home. Oh my gosh, awkward just for talking back. I guess maybe you were a little bit sassier than I'm imagining. Raft? Maybe. Yes, definitely Raft. Let me see. I was stressed over university due tomorrow. You're still writing tonight. Oh dear. Kasaib. Make sure that I don't distract you too much. If you need to go do your school, go do it. For heaven's sake, do your work. Take care of your stuff. Just do it, Kenny. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna leave you here with Squirrel. I'm gonna put Squirrel on the screen here. There you go. I'm gonna put Squirrel on top of this mic, and I'm gonna go do a workout really quick. Okay, you can only judge if I worked out based on whether or not I'm breathing heavily. Okay, I'm gonna go do 5 pull-ups. Thanks a lot. God bless. My hat's so big! My hat's so big. Okay. I don't think he's really doing it. Oh, you shush, darling. We'll have none of that talk. You need to listen to streams in the background, otherwise you can't focus. Okay, I feel that. I always have stuff in the background while I'm working. Is this a Kenny stream? It freaking better be. It freaking better be, because Willie, I had my boyfriend's Twitch hooked up to this account. This better not be on Ope's channel. I disconnected that. It scared the crap out of me. It scared the crap out of me because I think it was still attached whenever he left, and I think I almost streamed on his account, which would not have been good. Hello, Cub Squirrel. Let me see. The problem is the manager is sort of verbally abusive to the entire crew. That sounds like a crappy manager. But you're hoping with a new manager intake. Let's hopefully we can kick that bugger out. So gonna lurk and write the last 600-ish words. Sounds good. Blue Sky. Is Blue Sky the people that made Ice Age? Is that what you were talking about? You said, do you know the studio that made Ice Age? I think it is Blue Sky, right? And I think it was shut down as well. The last movie that they made was, it's that pigeon spy movie. I can't remember. It was called No, it's not called Totally Spies. That's like a TV show. It was called, I guess, Spies in Disguise or something like that. But they made their final, yeah, Spies in Disguise. I think that was its name. And it had that kid actor that everybody loved, and it had Will Smith as a pigeon, I think. So it did not do well, and they shut down Blue Skies, and it's done. There's no more Ice Age movies. We are now safe. Yeah, the pigeon one, exactly. Yeah. Tom Holland as a real human boy, and then Will Smith as a pigeon. I'm pretty sure. You like the movie? Oh, I don't have any comment on the movie. I haven't watched it. I mean, Kenny, I wouldn't be able to chat if it was an Opsy stream. Oh no, awkward. That's no good. I'm sorry to hear that. Scrat finally got the acorn. The studio died, therefore Scrat got the acorn. That was the struggle of the entire studio, is whether or not Scrat would get it. I'm gonna just fix my camera. There we go. Okay, fantastic. I know y'all can't tell, but I just needed to put down the screen. It's very distracting. So you were on a train on the way home from the Mets game, and the train was hit by somebody. Oh no! Oh, it hit somebody. That's no good. That is awful. I am sorry to hear that. The only Devil 666. How are you doing? Thanks so much for popping in. He lives! It's me, Homestar Gamer. I'm back. Oh my God. I'm so sorry for the break. I'm so sorry for the break. I am tired of taking these. Listen, I'm thinking Opes needs to just move closer. I think that my boyfriend needs to move closer so that we don't have to take breaks. But otherwise, like, oh, you're Miles. Hey, wait a minute. I remember you. What's up, The Only Devil? I like your new username. What inspired it? The only one, the only devil in the entire world. Let me see. Homestar Gamer, I hope you've been doing fantastic, my friend. I'm sorry for being gone so long. I missed y'all. I thought I was losing it, but it turns out Kenny really did disappear. What? The world of Robbie? Listen, I only disappeared for like a week. Oh boy. Callie, what's up? Hey! Oi, 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 oi. I hope that you've been enjoying some 7 Days to Die. There's been a group that even though I've been away for a little bit, there's still been a group on our Discord playing 7 Days to Die. And you know what? That just warms my heart. That y'all are still playing on the server. Also, Kenneth, don't yell at me. No, World of Robbie, I can't handle it. I can't handle being yelled at. But yeah, you said have I said I own 2 Pietros? How the heck do you own 2 Pietros? How's that possible? You can only have one of each villager in your town. I don't believe it. I feel like I haven't seen Kenny in years. Shaking my head. I guess, Ann, we haven't hung out in a little while. We gotta, like you said, we gotta watch some anime or something. Okay, we gotta do something. It's been too long. And do you want to play Fortnite on Sunday? I'm trying to recruit friends for it. It looks like Human One might play. We'll see. Oh yeah, and below the screen, I don't know if y'all noticed it, I have this janky looking schedule, but it's still a schedule. It's still like says what we're gonna do each day. We're gonna be playing this game for a couple of days, and then we're probably gonna do an art stream on Saturday where I can do some doodles. I'm way behind on the doodles. Lots of people have been asking for their doodle. So I will make some time. We will make time on Saturday. And I think I'll also draw some things that I can use for stream. Because I got some ideas. Y'all are about to see something that I drew whenever we start this game. One is yours and one is Viper's. What? You don't... You count that as owning it? You mean if Viper has it, then you own it? Is that true? Well, then I've got a lot of stuff, okay? You're gonna stream tomorrow? Ooh, nice. We'll see you later, Miles. I'm gonna stream. Oh, you're gonna stream now. Please, no self-promotion. Good luck. Osama ranking. Oh yeah, we were watching the anime Osama ranking. It's pretty good and adorable. I highly recommend it to all people, whether they like anime or not. It is really, really good. It's just a really, really cute show. It doesn't really matter. Also, Ghoul Devil, what's up? Hey, I hope you're doing well. We're about to hop on our own little ship right now. Hooray! I think that we should just start playing this game because I've been wanting to play this game for a few days now, and I'm running out of patience, to be honest. Tayaki, hey, what's up, Tayaki? It's good to see you. Thankfully, I got to see Tayaki and a few of y'all during my break because I was over in Oopstie's chat. But it's good to see you, Tayaki. Oi, 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 oi. Honey Lavender, long time no see. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Honey Lavender, I missed you. I hope you've been doing well over the past week that I've been gone. Ugh, a whole week? That's disgusting. I'll never do it again. I hereby propose that I don't take off an entire week until next year. How about that? But I hope you've been doing good. Look at those babies. Look at those walking babies. Those mangoes look so sharp. Look so dang sharp. I don't know how they scale down that art so well, but they do it. They do it darn well indeed. All right. You guys, I think that we are going to be playing some Raft today. It's true. I've been excited about playing this game, like I said, for a little while. Let me just switch on over. Here we go. I'm in my little box. There we go. There we go. Now we're ready to go on the high seas. Onto the high seas in our fine ship. Our fine ship. Everybody all aboard. All aboard. There's only room for one, but we can all pile on top of each other, all right? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Let's launch Raft. I actually made this boat. I think that I made this boat so that it can float a little bit, but I'm scared that it would break because listen, I'm going to improve this ship slowly as we play this game. I'm going to improve it. I have some ideas. I could add a fishing rod that y'all could make me catch a fish on. I could add a shark animation that will bite the bottom of the boat. Maybe we'll improve the boat as time goes on. That's what I'm kind of excited. A snuggle puddle. That's too cute. That is too cute. You can't say words like snuggle puddle. Okay. Now let me see if I can remember how to play this game. Hey, that still works. Gonda, that still works. Okay, I wasn't gonna let the. Okay, let me just change this audio. All right, there we go. This music's kind of moody. We might switch back to some other music, but average difficulty for an average player. Is that who I am? Cannot respond without help from a friend. Okay, I don't think that we can play hard mode alone this time. Or do we? Do we want permadeath? Kicked out of his own raft. My ship. Who's gonna be the captain of this ship now? Huh? Who's gonna stand up and take care of this ship from now on? Because I've been booted out. You're in a little box. Yeah. I'm in a little floating box. Gonda, you're gonna be the sailor? You're gonna be our head sailor? The ship's captain? Oh my gosh. Do you actually know anything about marine biology? Do you know anything about actually like sailing? That's the word. Sailing. Also, LSR, what's up? You sent something to the P.O. box? What? That was you? Yo. Were you talking about these card covers? I was gonna ask who did that. That's you, LSR? Thank you so much. What the heck? I didn't know that it was for my birthday. Oh, we're gonna have to look at them. We'll have to look at them on my birthday. Thank you so much. It didn't have any like return addresses or anything like that, so I didn't know. Thank you so much, LSR. What the heck? What a sweet birthday present. I can definitely use these. They're card covers, but I can show y'all the design. I guess I'll show you the design on my birthday. I just ripped it open because I was too excited. Thank you so much. You have this game. It's a good game, Ghoul. It's really fun. It's really fun, especially at the beginning. But basically, you like, for those of you that haven't seen this game, you hook a bunch of trash and then you make your ship bigger. Okay, Dai says, nah, screw permadeath. All right, listen, I'm with you, Dai. We're gonna call this, what should we call this? Like squirrel, let's see. What is there? We could say squirrel schooner. I don't actually know how to spell schooner. Is it like, I don't think it's spelled with two. Is it spelled with two O's? How do you say schooner? Maybe squirrely schooner. Maybe squirrels schooner. BRB gonna hop back on the PC. The chat is faster than the stream. Oh yeah. Mobile app is jacked. It's jacked. Like the movie Castaway. What? Okay, schooner. Squirrely schooner. Is that good? Okay, maybe, or we could say squirrely or squirrels. Squirrel schooner. Friends can join. Nobody can join. Maybe I'll say friends can join. No friendly fire. What? You can see me typing out the password. Okay. No, you can't. I'm hiding it behind my mighty box. Okay, I'm gonna say friends can join as I create the world, but we're probably gonna just play it solo. But I'll make it have the opportunity in case. Just in case. All right, on to the high seas. Unfortunately, my ship My small box ship does not move. It does not move yet. But I did animate this box so that it goes like blub, blub, blub. But I couldn't get it to repeat. So I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure what to do. How about Acorn Yacht? Ooh, maybe it would be called Acorn Yacht like later. But right now it's like, look at us. Is this a yacht? I don't think so. Yeah, all right. Oh yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm remembering you guys. I'm remembering everything. It's all coming back to me. Can I increase? I want to increase my FOV. That will make everybody less sick, and it also looks cool. But it does mess with like depth perception a bit. But I think it'll make people have less motion sickness. There's already a shark. There's already a nasty shark off the starboard bow. Zoot. Okay. Do I need to turn on VSync? I think I can see screen tearing. Okay. And this does not actually pause the game. What the heck? What the heck? JPEG Stripes, what's up? Hey, I saw you over at Opsy stream. I know who you are. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? How are you doing? We're on a suspicious ship. We're in my small cardboard raft. We're trying to get some goodies. That box is gonna sink. No, no, don't say that. Drex, it's not true. It's not true. This box is made out of the highest quality cardboard. The highest quality cardboard, there's no way. Okay, we got a raw beet. Okay, if I remember properly, like the first thing that we need to establish is some water and some food. Oh no, I've been found out. Listen, JPEG, you joined in there was a small string of people that followed from Opsy. Y'all are so sweet. Thank you so much. Thanks for popping over. Wait, are you here for the gossip? Are you here for the gossip? I got some Opsy gossip. I'm ready to sling some gossip. Now, how do I make things? I want to make some... Oh, building hammer. Hang on. I don't remember how to play this game. I think that we need some rope. I think we make a building hammer, and then we can make our ship bigger. Pretty sure. Also, K-Tronics, what's up? Oi, oi. Hey, you. Hope all is well. Oh, all is well. All is well, all right. My comfy little ship. I feel so comfortable in this ship. Who makes this game? The font looks similar. That's a good question. Does anybody know who makes this game? The font looks similar. They may just be using the same font as something else. I'm not sure. Okay, here we go. Spill the tea. Oh my. I can't believe he'd do that. So we need plastic and wood to expand the ship. You hold it to change what shape it is. There we go. Look, we're on a much more comfortable ship now. Oh, splendid. Now we just need more plastic. More plastic. Thankfully, there's plenty of pollution in this ocean. Thanks, everybody that polluted. I appreciate it. Look at all this quality material out here. What's this game called? Ooh, good point. I need to switch it. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I almost forgot. We're on Raft. We're on a raft. Yes, there we go. Sweet. There we go. Switched. Listen, we're not just chatting anymore. Now we're gaming. Now we're gaming. This game is called Raft. 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 I totally agree. Ooh, look, there's an island off the starboard bow. I actually don't know my starboard. What is it? It's starboard, wayward, backward, and forward bow. Okay, well, there's a... Listen, you eventually get like a rudder or something, I think, or a sail. I think that you can make a sail, and then you can like make an anchor, and then you can anchor yourself out yonder so that you can like get stuff off of that island. But I think that we're too new for that. I don't think that we can do that yet. Right now, we're just trying to like survive out here. And I need to make, like... Oh, it's starboard and port? Portboard? There you go. All right, now what else can I make here? Building, research table, beds, ooh, hang on, I don't want to miss this barrel. That has, like, assorted goodies inside. We mustn't forget. Okay, so I was just looking at... Okay, there's food or water. There's a purifier with planks and plastic. So planks and plastic will make it so that we can get some fresh water. We can grill. Hey! Hey! What the heck? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do against a stupid fish? He just ate some of my ship. My ship! It's been launched. There should be a button that lets you see what you can craft. Do you think it's I or E? Ooh. Oh, it looks like we're getting kind of close to this island. Maybe, should we make a swim for it? Portward and backboard. Look, sir, off the backboard bow. Sir, there's a suspicious island off the starboard bow. I think I see an island. It mayhaps have some delicious watermelon. I'm gonna jump for it. We're gonna go for it. Look, I'm not gonna get munched by a shark. We're just gonna run onto the beach. I don't remember what these beaches have. The sharky noms the boat. The shark was hungry. I'm glad that we could feed him. Somebody's gotta feed this poor... Oh, wait. Oh, you have to chop the trees, I think, right? Oh, there goes our ship. No! You need a spear to stop the bad boy from eating your home? Okay, that can be arranged. There goes our ship. With a stinking shark around it. I don't see any food on this island. Do y'all see any watermelons? I was hoping for some delicious melons. For some healthy fruits and vegetables. But I think that we might need a, we might need an axe first. Okay, let's get back on our ship. Hopefully we don't get launched. Oh no. The sharky doesn't sense us yet. Perfect. We're already running out of food and water. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die out here. Oh. No. Okay. We're safe. And we're safe. We're back onto our plank of wood that's just floating in the ocean. Did you climb up the trees? I don't think you can climb trees in this game. Does anybody know if you can climb trees? I have not sensed this. I think that you can, okay, I'm gonna grab some of this stuff. You can chop down the trees and get the goodies from up there, but I don't think that you can climb them. Zoot! Be careful if you stay on islands for too long because the game loads around the raft so islands can disappear from under you. Oh, so the raft itself is like the most important object. We're just travelers. We're just travelers on this ocean, but our raft is the only thing that's real. Can your raft be 100% broken, or will you always have like one square? I don't actually know this. I'm also wondering what it takes to make a net, because the nets will pick up stuff that you like go past for free, and it's awesome. Looks like I might need a research table before I can make that. Or wait, maybe it's in this menu? Nah. I don't see any nets. But the nets are super awesome. Okay, I'm gonna ooh, I want that. Give me that barrel. Don't leave me. Yes. Yum. Leaves, I think. Palm leaves. You said palm leaves. I'm not going anywhere. You what? What palm leaves? Be careful. Let me see. You've been interested in trying this game? Mars Mud. It's lots of fun. I've played this game before for like, what is it? 19 hours? I've played it before, but they've updated it a lot, so I'm not... How did I hook that? Also, Mars Mud. What's up? How are you doing? Squint. Is that a California hat? No, it's not a California hat. It's a Texas hat. It's a Texas hat because I'm a Texan. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. I would never wear a California hat. That would be a shame to my family. We should, let's see, we need more rope. Can I make rope? Is rope makeable? Or do I have to find it? No, I can make it with palm leaves. Okay, so now I can make a purifier. Can purify 1 cup of salt water into fresh water. Well, we're gonna need water in a minute because I'm already starting to feel a little bit troubled. Starting to, let's see. Okay, I guess I'm gonna free place it in the middle. I guess. Hey, he gave me a thumbs up. Okay, it was a good job. It's a good job. Yeehaw! Yeehawlifornia.
Welcome to Yeehawlifornia. Hey now listen, California ain't too bad. Yeah.
Hey! Hey! Stop! Stop! Eat this hook! Eat it now! Eat my hook! Eat my hook, you nasty old bugger! I need to get we need a spear. We need a spear so that we can stab him. Also shout, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! I missed you! I missed all of y'all. Sharks gotta get their fiber somehow. I mean, they're chomping on this boat. They're getting a good chomp. All right, I made us a spear. Oh, I almost threw the spear off the boat. Okay, I want to move the spear to here. Then can I like? Where did that go? How do I? Okay, that's how you move things off your hot bar and into the inventory. Perfect. Oh, he's still below us. He's circling. Let's see. What should we make next? Oh, we need a container. We need a container so that we can get some water going. Fill with salt water. Place cup of salt water. And then place plank. Okay, so we need wood to heat the water and purify it. Okay, good. Let me see. There's one you have 30 of. Palm leaves? Yes. I have lots of palm leaves. Mango is hungry. We've got to get Mango some real food, okay? We got to get some proper food for Mango. This wooden ship is not going to be very nutritious. Not very nutritious at all. So should I fix this raft? We got the materials. There we go. And do we have a cup of, let's see. What's in this water? Drink, pour liquid, remove. What's in my cup right now? Fill with fresh water. Drink. Oh, wow. That was very effective. Okay, so I placed the cup, but do I still... Okay, I think I accidentally pressed E on the ocean and filled it up with water. I think I accidentally filled it up with salt water. Oh, I've returned! Raft is such a good game. I agree. It's so much fun. I can't wait for us to get some nets. I want to get some nets so that we can harvest these resources for free. And once you get a sail, then you can go any direction that you want to. You're working on some stuff, so you'll probably just be lurking. Hey, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for popping on. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. On my stream, anyway. On my stream. I think I've met you on Oopsie's stream. But yes, good luck with your work. Thanks for popping in. And you got to get going too, Rosera. All right. We'll see you later. I'm so glad to be back. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
I see a lot of loot on the horizon. I think I see a lot of barrels. I see 3 barrels coming up.
Good lick. Oh, thank you, Independent Oreo, for the good lick. I appreciate it. We'll take all the licks we can get. Whoosh.
Give me that barrel.
Whole barrel of monkeys? Wow. Okay. What can we make? I'm gonna make myself a fine, fantastical research table. I actually could. We could make. I'm a little bit worried if I place this table that this shark's gonna go ham on it. I guess I can put it right here, and hopefully he won't bite this one corner here. Hopefully. Also, what the heck? Is that a box? This is new. These boxes are new. It used to only be barrels, but now there's crates, and it looks like it's got some goodies in it. Okay, so I'm at the research table. Oh, yeah. So this just researches items that you can craft later. Oh. Well, that changes things. Huh, bird? Got some birds up there. I think that they'll eat your plants if you try to make a garden. Try to make a garden. I freaking dare you. Nice. Okay. So what would we even want to research if we could? There's leather helmet. There's body armor. Why won't it let me scroll? Flippers. Yeah, it's not letting me scroll. Oh, there we go. Okay. You can make a cooking pot, advanced grill. What kind of water purification can we get here? Monster, yo! Thank you for the 17 months. Yeah! Oi, oi, oi!
Yeehaw there,
You guys,
five
can we get some
monkeys.
hype in the chat? Thank you so much, Monster. Thank you so much for the sub. How are you doing? I missed you so much. Oi, 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 oi. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Huh? No. Get out of here. Get out of here. No, he's escaped. Oh, yeah, I think that you can kill him eventually. Oh, what? That. The Nightbot. It has no sub. I can't believe it. The shame. The absolute shame. Yeah. He just wants to be friends. Eldritch Corbett. He has a funny way of showing it. He's got a funny way of showing it. I'll tell you what. We just got a blueprint. Oi, oi, Eldritch. How are you doing, Monster? Hope you've been doing fantastic. I missed you. I missed you. I missed you. I missed you. How have you been? Why are you in a box? Because this is my raft. Yeah, hey. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub for Nightbot. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
An anonymous user
Who is
gifted
this
a tier 1
anonymous?
sub to Nightbot.
Who is this suspicious anonymous user, eh? Eh? Who is that? Who is that? Who did that? Hey, whoever you are, thank you so much for gifting us sub to Nightbot. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Paying our bills. Paying our bills. Ooh, let me see. Oh yeah, I could get some water. Filled with fresh water. Look. Oh, we need food. Like desperately. How the heck am I supposed to get food now? I'm gonna die. You guys, we're gonna die. We are going to die. I forgot about food. I forgot about food. We need to make a grill. Like, okay. How do we make a grill? Okay, just like this. Okay, we gotta hurry. Because we're gonna flip and die. We're going to flipping die. Okay, I have to catch a fish. We have to catch a fish and eat a fish. Shark bait. Fishing rods. We need more rope. Okay, let's make rope. Okay. Now I should be able to make a fishing rod. Okay. Let's catch a fish. Here we go. This is getting desperate. Are we good? Wait. How do I know when to pull this thing? How do I fish? Do I right click? Oh, there we go. Okay, it was pretty obvious. Okay, sweet. Put that sucker on the... There we go. Cook it up. Oh my gosh, I'm starving. You guys, anybody hungry? I'll catch enough fish for all of us. Everybody hungry? How many fish should I catch? I'm starving. I'm starving. I've got 2. Oh yeah, I guess I could just eat this. I like how I'm holding it so like, ew. I'm holding it with only 2 fingers. Yucky. Fishing rod to stove. Here we go. You quit your job on the 13th and you went to a BTS concert in Vegas. Oh my God, Monster. You quit your job and went to a BTS concert. Bless. Bless. That sounds incredible. I want to go to a BTS concert, and I'm not even like a huge fan or anything. I just bet that it was how was it? I'm sure that it was like a huge event and stuff. That is super awesome. How do I... Yeah, because I've been to a few Japanese concerts, and oh my God, they were crazy. Also, look at the sunrise. It's so pretty. Ooh. You guys, screenshot this. Screenshot me on this boat dying. Actually, I haven't made dying animations for this boat yet. But as we play Raft more, I will improve my my little cardboard box. Like I said, I'll probably make it so that it can catch a fish, so that it can be attacked by a shark. Also, I think I see a ray down there. That is new. That's new. They got a... Did y'all see that? Yeah, look. There's a ray. Ooh, ah! No. No, my body. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that's why you don't look overboard. Filled with fresh water? Yeah, drink it up, brother. Drink up. Drink up, friendos. Let's eat this fish. Nom, nom, nom. All right, I guess we can focus again on getting some resources, and then I'll just catch fish as I need them, I guess. The ego check. We're catching fish. Is this an IRL stream? Is this an IRL fishing stream? You bet it is. How you doing, ego? They're always great live. My friend got barrier tickets, so we got to get up close for one of the days. What? Did you get any of their spit? Did you get any of their spit on you? I sure hope you did. How do I make a net? How do I make a net? Net. Building hammer. Do I have to figure this out? You like my fishing hat? Oh, thank you, Ego. I've got a few. I got a few fish hooks on the back of it, just in case. I think I just saw a health bar, but I'm not sure if it was for the boat or if it was for that fish. I think it was for the boat. Okay, well, as long as we pay attention, then we can fend off the stinking sharks off my boat. My sweet, sweet boaty. Oh, boaty. Ew, usually they throw water on us, but they forgot that day. Aww. Yeah, I've definitely been to a lot of metal concerts where they kind of just like drenched us with water. They just grab a water bottle and go. I couldn't tell if I should be happy or if I should be like insulted. Maybe both. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, were they trying to cool us down or are they disrespecting me? I don't know. Here we go. Ooh, these planks are fantastic. Also, S-Flare, how are you doing? What's up? We're on a boat. Hop in the cardboard box. Go ahead, hop in. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of room, and the tape is still holding together. Thank goodness. I actually drew some tape on this box, but you can't even see it. You can't even see all the detail I put into this cardboard box. You love my cardboard box? Thank you. I ordered something on Amazon, and I decided to take to the high seas. Well, not too high, anyway. These are actually pretty calm waters, not very choppy. I don't remember, does this game have choppy seas? I think that the seas get choppy whenever you have a big boat. I think when you have a big boat, then you can like see the waves and stuff, but I'm not sure if it ever gets choppy while you're on a schmoll. While you're on a schmoll raft. Okay, so we've got a food supply and a water supply, but let's see, fill with fresh water, nice. So our water's doing well, but we need more food. We're kind of getting hungry. So let's catch ourselves some tasty fish. My boo 63, thank you for the kiss. I'm so embarrassed. Nobody's ever kissed me except for, I'm too embarrassed to say. Yeah. Whammo. Zoot. Hey, are you eating my food now? Wait a second. Just because you kissed me doesn't mean you get to steal from my cabinet. Wait a minute. I was saving that food for later. Oh, you can still pick up stuff while you're fishing. Do I have to look in the direction that I'm fishing, or can I just like walk around? I'm trying to remember. I think you can just walk around and it'll just put L on the screen for you to click. I'm busy. I'm busy, fish. Don't look at me. There we go. We got some tilapia.
There we go. Place a mackerel.
We got a mackerel on there. I guess I could make a second grill. A little bit of rope. That'd be kind of no big deal. What the heck? Let's like go hard on this boat, you guys. Let's go big in the money department. Oh, where's the grill? Where'd it go? Oh, it's at the top. Okay, boom. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I'm starving. Okay, well, this is a perfect time to build a grill, of course. Listen, when you get hungry, just make another grill. Okay. Fish on top. Boom. Maybe I need to defend these grills by... Yeah, putting some platforms out here. Boom. Now the shark can't get to them. Okay, my food's almost ready. I'm starving. Okay, drink my cup of fresh water, and we're actually almost good with water. I don't remember water being so easy to manage. I feel like this is a much easier version. Are we playing baby mode right now? Frick, you guys, I'm sorry. I thought that most of the things would be the same. But I was worried about playing hard mode solo, because if you die in hard mode, you die in real life. One of the crew of Raft will actually show up at your front door. And they show up with one of these hooks too. They don't even use a gun. They show up with a hook. And let me put that there. I'm starving. Hey! You just knocked me out of my boat! Oh! Hey. Oh my god, do not hit me off with a raft. How dare you? How dare you? I just got munched by a shark slightly. I just got slightly munched. Marsmud, that is hateful behavior. That's ban-worthy. That is ban-worthy. Delicious. I feel so nutritioned. I feel so nutritious right now. If only that shark would come and take a bite. He'd be healthy for a... Can you die? Can you perish? Oh, thank you. Oh, wait, he ain't dead yet. You can chop him up eventually and, like, eat the shark meat like a real barbarian. There you go. Just make sure everything's all fixed up. There we go. Everything's looking good. Now, how do we make a net? I'm starting to go crazy. I'm going crazy. We need a net so that we can catch stuff for free. A simple collection net. We need a nail. Okay, so do you like place an item in slot to research? Oh, yeah, because you have to... Oh, because you research each of the components by putting them here on the research table. And then doesn't make them Oh, this is cool. I forgot about this. Oh, so you like research stones in general. So you put stones on a table, you get a magnifying glass, and maybe like, I don't know. Okay, here we go. Boom. And then you just learn about it. Look at me, I'm learning. I already know how to make a medium crop plant just from a little bit of observation. You cannot research potatoes. There's nothing to know. There's nothing to a potato, you guys. Didn't you know that? Okay, so we need nails. I need to find a nail. Otherwise, I'm never gonna learn how to make any of this. Zoop! Here we go. Your brother died on hard mode? Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss, Independent Oreo. We died on hard mode a couple of times. Needless to say, all that I heard about him was Red Beat Interactive was knocking on it. Oh no, no! Red Beat Interactive was knocking on his door the day after. How quick was the response time? How long do I have to live? You can't research potatoes because there's too much to know. If you research potatoes, then you'll unravel the universe's secrets. Listen, it's not that there's nothing to know about potatoes, it's that there is too much that you would learn from potatoes. That knowledge has been the end of many civilizations. Somebody flew too close to the sun, somebody researched potatoes too heartily, and they came up with the answer to everything. But people can't handle that kind of truth. They can't handle that kind of information. It went straight to their heads. They built a giant tower up to the sky, and God smote them. He smote them, I say. Now, what do we do with this thing? Used to locate nearby radio signals. So can I, like, use this... Do I use this thing on the... Do I research this? It says it's researched. So what's the point of having these blueprints? What do they do? Do they help me, like... in any way, shape, or form? Why is this taking up inventory space? I don't understand. Okay, I'm gonna snag some of this. We still need a nail. We need a nail. How do you make a nail? Can I make... Oh! Oh, you can just make one with scrap? You can just make a nail with scrap. That's all it takes? All right, I'm doing some research. Wow, I've learned so much already. You guys, I may know nothing about potatoes, but I've learned about everything else. Like I said, kind of potato knowledge is a little too risky. Oh, I missed it. Give me that. Give me that. I don't want to miss it. Yes. Nice. Also, Butterfly, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. Thanks for flapping in the stream. Thanks for flapping your beautiful wings over here. Butterfree. Go, Butterfree. Oof. I don't actually know what Butterfree's sound effects are like. Does Butterfree must just say their name, right? But some Pokemon will be like, butter, butter. Pika, pika. Pikachu. Oh, it says freeze. Butterfree says freeze. Is that true? Also, I broke my, what? Wait a minute. You can break your hook? Dude, that's messed up. You need your hook to make more hooks. Free! Oh, I see. It says free. Who cares about butter? When it comes to battle, all that matters is whether you're free or not. No, I wanted that. I always want the things that are just out of reach. Story of my life. How do I make nets? I'm guessing I need more nails. Oi, oi, oi!
Jack tipped $4.20. He said,
Yo, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? Whoa. Jack? What did you just say? Thank you so much for the donation. What the heck? Wait a minute. Is that the Jack that I know and love? Who is this? Thank you so much for the $4.20. Hey, I can't believe that we missed 420. But thankfully, Jack's helping us celebrate. Oi! Oi! Let me grab. There we go. Yes. Huzzah! Jack, I'm getting suspicious. You're in the middle of the first Pokemon season. Oh, yeah. I've seen a little bit of the first Pokemon season. I haven't seen too much past that, but the first one where, like, Pikachu gets, let me see, where's the, oh, we need rope. Where Pikachu first meets Ash, that's pretty freaking adorable. I watched part of it with my little sisters as well, and we kind of loved it. I really wish that my parents had let me watch it whenever I was a kid, because I would have freaking loved it. Pokemon are so cute. That's like the best part about Pokemon is just the designs are just really good. Like, they just make great animals. It just makes you wish that Pokemon existed, because they're cuter than real life. The squirrels in Pokemon are cuter than real squirrels. The cats are cuter than real cats. Like, it's just an improvement all around. It's just life 2.0. Listen, evolution cannot possibly, like, defeat human ingenuity. Look at this beautiful freaking sunset. Oh my goodness, now it's dark as a sack of bats out here. I can't see anything except for those suspiciously glowing palm trees. I do want a living keychain. So cute. Are you talking about Klefki? Listen, Klefki is cuter than normal keys, all right? Klefki is pretty adorable. Listen, I'd put Klefki on my key ring. Though I'm sure that would hurt them, right? Would you want to get jangled around on a bunch of keys? I guess their skin is kind of hard. I'd still feel a little guilty. I think I would ask him first, and I'd try to get consent before I keyringed Klefki. Okay, what do we do now? We need water. Water is next. So this game initially is...
The Jack you know and love tipped $3.33, maybe.
Hey, Jack, what? Oh my god. Thank you so much. Stop. Is this the only way that you can communicate? Thank you, Jack. Oi. Jack. Are you back? Is Jack back? Is Jack Black back? Oh my gosh, wait a second. The seas are getting a little choppy. Jack, hold me tight. Don't let me go, Jack. Wait a second. Talking about Jack Sparrow. Which one's more attractive? Jack Nicholson, Jack Sparrow, or Jack from the Titanic? Which one's cuter? Jablinski Games. Shaking my head. We don't talk about Jack Black on this channel anymore. Not since the incident. Is that? Ooh, look at that. There's a ship over there.
Somebody done fell off their ship. Look at that. Looks like it's been anchored up. If only we could steer our ship, then we could swim over there and grab some goodies. I don't know.
Cuter Jack from the Titanic. Hotter Jack Sparrow. Oh my. You're saying he's a hotsy-totsy? A hotsy-totsy. Barrel of dirt. I haven't actually seen Pirates of the Caribbean but once. And I've only seen the first one. Is it worth watching any more of those? Any good? Let's see. There's another Jack, right? Isn't there? Let me see. All right. So the first bit of business that we need to do is make some of these dang collection nets, you guys. These things are so good. These things will make you smile very big. All right, I'm just gonna make heckin' rope. Gonna make so much rope. Oh, we need more nails. Okay. I'm just gonna... I think the nails are easier to get now that they have more scrap just laying around. I'm pretty sure that they made it easier to craft things now, which is nice. All right, we got 4 nets. So which way is the sea going? So I'm gonna put the nets over here. They have to be connected onto platform? Is that? Now, oh, don't you freaking dare. Oh my God, immediately get out of here, you dummy. You dummy trying to break my ship as soon as I build it? Of course he would. He would. Just typical. Okay, there we go. Now they're somewhat defended. Fantastic. I'm surprised that this ship can hold together in this state. This is a little bit of an odd setup, but here we go. Avast! Avast, we have trash. Trash off the portward bow. Ooh. Did I get it? No, I didn't. I missed it. Did you hear about those 2 ships that sank? One was red and one was blue. The survivors were marooned. Marooned, you say? Sounds like the A&M Aggies. The Aggies were marooned. Oh no! Off which bow now? Oh, what? No, off of any bow. Any bow, just bow down, all right? All right, we gotta make some rope. We gotta make some rope. I want more nets. More nets, more nets. If only we could get the, wait a second. We need a worldwide web. A worldwide web of nets. Okay, I think that one of those can still be munched. Should we go onto this island? I don't have an anchor yet. Hang on, how do we weigh anchor? There's an anchor here that only takes a couple more rope. I guess we could maybe make it. Let's see if we have time, and then we can lay anchor and harvest some stuff on this. Okay. How do I? We gotta make some. No, I can't make any rope. We need palm trees. We need palm trees. Stat. Nurse, palm trees. Nurse, scalpel. Palm trees. Sir, we're all out of palm trees. Make some. Hop off the raft. Pick them up. Doctor, we're losing him. I told you, give me the palm trees. I've got to stop this bleeding. How do I don't think we can do it. I don't think we have time. Oh no. I failed again. I failed y'all all. I failed every single one of y'all in a different way. Weigh it with a mighty scale. You what? You what? All I needed was like 4 more palm leaves. 4 palm leaves, and we could have had a treasure full. Actually, these seas are kind of choppy. I don't know if it's time for sightseeing right now. Look, the seas are so dangerous that plastic is flowing through wood. That's a sign of the times, you guys. It's a sign of the times. The end times are upon us, just as Revelation predicted. The seas shall become mighty and swelling. And lo, the Son of Man shall fall off the boat and be eaten by a shark. Oh wow, that was a big toss. You could never fail me, lad. Divey. Wait a minute, is that wholesome? Did you just commit a wholesome? Oh my goodness. Divey, you could never fail me either. You cutie pie, how dare you? Where do we? Oh, we could eat potatoes. Potato dinner. Potato lunch. Actually, we're kind of starving in all sorts of ways. I'm waiting. I'm on to die. Ooh, oh no. Oh, we got a raw mackerel. Oh, shucks. Okay, hurry. We're gonna perish. Hurry, we're going to die. Hurry. Fill with salt water. Here we go. Now we're surviving. You have the Captain Jack Sparrow song stuck in your head. Also, I don't feel like you should be able to catch a whole barrel in a tiny little net, but you know, it benefits me, so I don't mind it. Listen, I don't care about breaking. Oh, this is a song of Captain Jack Sparrow. I don't actually know that song. Something to do. Nice. This is a song I really don't know anything past that. I'm on a boat. Take a good hard look at this motherfucking boat. There we go. Zoot. Give me the treasure. Waylay! Waylay, hey ho. Yay, hey, and up she rises. Yay, hey, and up she rises. Yay, hey, and up she rises. Early in the morning. Shave his belly with a rusty razor. Shave his belly with a... Oh! Hey, I'm about to kill your butt. Go ahead, pop off. Pop off, Shark King. I'd love to kill you. Actually, I do feel kind of weird about killing this shark now that I've watched the Suicide Squad. On a mythical quest to the Isle of Tortuga. See, I don't think that's how it goes, right? Here we go. Hey. Look at all this delicious treasure that we're just gonna run into. So satisfying. Just watch it. Don't even have to catch anything anymore. Ah. Ooh, yeah. And if you steer your boat, it also helps you, because you can like make sure that the angle is as wide as possible. We're basically combing the ocean for treasure.
For treasure? Oh, there is treasure off the southern bow. A whole crate of delicious treats. Hopefully there are no frog legs in here.
Don't you do it. Don't you freaking do it, mister. Let me back up. There we go. 3 items on 1 hook was very satisfying. Ooh, are you telling me that we gotta get the combos up? We gotta get our combos up. Ding, ding, ding. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Looking for, if only we could like, I think that you can leave the hook out for a little while, but it's awfully hard to like, that isn't so satisfying. It isn't satisfying to just like leave your hook out there and get stuff. Also, what the heck is that thing on the horizon? The horizon? What is that? It looks like a buoy. Is there a buoy about? Wait a moment. Wait a moment. All right. I'm feeling it. Yeah, this ship's, hello. Hello, Mr. Shark. Please stay away. If we could make an anchor in time, then I bet that we could waylay. We could waylay onto that buoy. Wait a moment. We can build one right now. Blast it all. Now, if I remember properly, you put it so you hook it up to something and then you can chuck it, right? Does it have to be on an edge? Oh no. That means that a shark could bite it off, right? Here comes a shark right now. He's so hungry. You're considering getting a tattoo of Michael Bolton dressed as Jack Sparrow with a banner that said Major Cinephile? What? What does that mean? Okay, wait. Michael Bolton, who I know nothing about, and Jack Sparrow, who I apparently know nothing about either. Oh no. I don't know if I want this explained to me. Wait. Is that gonna stop my boat? I sure hope so, because I'm hopping. Woo. Shark mad. He mad. We just got a crate of goodies. Anything else on here? Okay, I don't know if my ship is stuck. Okay, remove. I don't want to remove it. I want to... Oh, can you only use it once? Oh, I think that's what it is. I think you can only use it one time. It sunk. Bye-bye. That's kind of tragic. Guys, people used to live on there, and you're just letting it sink like that? There could be any amount of precious artifacts that could have been left there, but what did we do? We just let it sink. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Independent Oreo.
Good luck. Good luck with whatever you're doing, my friend. You will be hooking barrels.
There's a bit of lag there, but hey, we got our barrel. That's all that matters. Getting our loot. Give me my loot. Gimme. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, no. We are holding too much. I think it's already time. Did I just hear a shark? No, I did not. All right, it's time to make ourselves a storage container. A little bit of small storage that I just chucked out onto the boat. Gimme. Missed it. Okay, small storage right here. We'll place it down. Perfect. I think I just placed it backwards, but that's okay. A decoration package. You can go put the... I'm just going to put, like, worthless stuff in there right now. Metal ore. Ooh. Metal ore and hinges. Those could be useful. I thought I had more blueprints. Oh, I do. I have one more blueprint. Put that away. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. You have done the thing that let you apply for a student visa? Ooh. It's getting real. Callie, it's getting real. When do you think, when's like the kind of date that you're aiming for at this point? You like have any idea how quickly this process could go? How quickly you could be over there? Already starting your studies? Like, when does the semester start? Oh, I'm starving. That's what it is. I'm so hungry. Now that I think about it, it makes sense that I'd be so hungry. Because I haven't eaten for literal Minecraft days.
Reel it up. All right. I tell you what.
I'm a reeling pro. Zoot. The end of August? Ooh. Soon. So soon. Hopefully you can get it all figured out before then. Have you figured out somebody to give you a bunch of money? Have you figured out how to get free money? Who's giving you the free money? Who's it gonna be? All right, cook up these fish. Nice. Double cooking. Double cooker deluxe. Yeah. Get out my grill. There we go. Yo, that's a huge island. I've never seen an island that big. This game has been updated. Without a doubt, it has changed because that island, I think, is bigger than anything that we've ever seen. What the heck can you discover in this game now? What the heck is going on? Why are we on a boat? Why is there a shark and birds? So much has changed. I don't remember any sharks. There you go. Ooh, big barrel. They give you so much loot now. It's crazy. We could make ourselves a mighty raft. A mighty raft indeed. Ooh, it's time to eat. It's time to nom nom. Because I'm gonna die. I'm glad I didn't pick hard mode because I'm almost dead right now. Yum, 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 yum. Demi lion. Look at those cats. Look at those cats pop off. Has Mango been a terror? I would say so. I would say so. Mango has chomped on our ship multiple times. But thankfully, Mango has not eaten me yet. I'm still healthy. Mango hasn't died yet, but I'm afraid that old Sharky Poo might be getting close to the end. They might be getting close to their death. Zoot. Nice. Oh my goodness, we got 4 barrels. Woo! Are you saying that the water is more polluted, lad? Yeah, I think that they updated it with real life. Oh no. It's getting worse. That's the developer's promise, is that as the oceans get more polluted in real life, then they'll get more polluted in the game and it'll get easier. No! At least there's a silver lining. Oh, I need some water. But I thought that Mr. Beast was taking care of the water, you guys. I thought that Mr. Beast was cleaning up the seas, but it doesn't look like he's made a lot of progress, if we're being honest. I'm sorry, Mr. Beast. I don't mean to slander your name like this. I know you're doing your best. Oh, what is this? A solid foundation versus a foundation. What the frick does that mean? What do you mean a solid foundation? Eh? It's just more expensive, but what does it do? What the heck? What makes something solid versus non-solid? Well, now I just want to make it solid for fun. I guess it's just, like, hardier? Like, the shark can't nom it as easily? Is that what's going on? Eh. I'm just gonna make my boat like a, Yo, we slow down. Speed it up! It's got more HP. Oh, thank you, Ego. Okay. It's got more HP. I didn't know if it had something to do with, like, being part of the real ship, because... I mean, well, I guess that doesn't make any sense. There you go. I'm pretty sure that you can make your boat impenetrable using iron, I think. But right now, we don't need that. Also, it says simple collection net. I wonder if there's any better collection nets that you can make. We could work on making a fancier hook at some point. Ooh, let's research this hinge. Nice. Learned how to make a couple of things. Even though we can't make hinges right now, it's still nice to, like, know. So we need a smelter to smelt that ore, I believe. Whoever smelter delter. Yeah. Stop that. Mango. Mango. Bad boy. Bad boy. Off the ship. Oh, I thought he was dead. It takes an entire spear to kill a shark? Oh my goodness. I'm feeling more and more guilty as Mango gets closer to death. I'm so sorry, little one. I'm sorry, little one. This is what you get for biting my ship. It's just due. I could make a bow and arrow, but that's mostly for birds, I think. I don't think anybody uses a bow and arrow on a shark. That doesn't strike me as real life. And of course, we all know that video games are all about being realistic. Oof. Gimme, gimme. Go. Nice. Oh boy, a barrel full of joy. Where the heck are we gonna go on this ship? We need we need a sail. I can't be a sailor without a sail. How am I supposed to sing sea shanties if I don't even have a sail yet? Aha! I can already make one. Wow. I'll put it right in the middle. Nice. Rotate, hold to rotate smoothly. Is that smooth? Wow, all right. Now we can use the wind as our guide. Actually, to use the wind as our guide, we need a streamer, I think. No, I'm not talking about me. I guess I'll put it, like, next to it? Like this? Okay. So it looks like the wind is blowing this way. So if we want to move faster, then we got to go this way. I think that's how it works. Here we go. Now we're zooming. We're zooming. Also, Ripsy, thank you for the lurk. Oi, oi, oi. Ripsy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I recognize that name. Ripsy. Ripsy. We'll make a spot. I'll make a spot for you in my cardboard box. Okay, okay, okay. You can make a paddle so that you can, like, get your ship moving even whenever it's, like, slow. Oh, wait. We're starving. We're starving. Do I have any fish here? Oh, no. Oh, no. Why am I always down to the wire on this? No. Come here, barrel. Yes. We got a raw potato. I wonder if you can cook with potatoes. I think that I might have to get some recipes, right? Do I need some recipes for food? I'm kind of starving. Yeah. We'll cook this fish. I guess I'll get 2 fish. Here you go. Lens! Oi, 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 oi! Welcome, welcome! What's happening? What's happening? Stop!
Who this boy
Stop,
in the box?
Lens! Thank you so much for the sub! Ah! It's good to see you, Lens. Also, Katsupe, or just Cat. Cat!
A
Katsu.
one you woo.
Cat. Thank you so much for the sub. What the heck? Awa! Awa! Oh my goodness. Who this boy in the box? It's me! It's me! I'm the boy in the box. Hello, hello. I hope that y'all are both doing well. I missed y'all. Oi! Learns! I was just saying earlier that I was so happy that we've got a little group that's playing 7 Days to Die now. I'm so proud. I'm so proud and so happy. Oi, oi, oi. Linz is one of our survivors.
Linz is one of the survivors.
I've actually only played once with them, and they've like played it many times. Whoops. I promise I'll play with y'all soon. Here we go. Give me that. Give me that fish. Good. Mmm, yum. Okay, that's going. Oh, my fishing pole. It's broken. Oh, no. My pole. It's broken. Oh, no. My fish. They're getting away. Here we go. Cat, how have you been? It's good to see you, especially under such circumstances. On the high seas with the Earl? Oh, splendid. Oh, splendid. It's good to see you. You need to join us, Kenny. It's gotten intense. I mean, it looks intense. I saw y'all like up in skyscrapers. I guess I'm gonna have to hop on a bicycle and like meet up with y'all. Because I am lost. For those of you that don't know, 7 Days to Die is like a zombie survival game, which is like voxel based, so you can break pretty much everything in the game. It's very fun. Lots of looting. But I bought and am paying for a server. And some friends have been playing it. So if you're interested in playing, please send me a message and I can give you a little invite to the server. I'm trying to keep it private. I want the Minecraft server and the 7 Days server to be private, and for me to just like invite people on there so that it's nice and safe and we don't get randoms joining. Dang, so you just got to hit him 3 times. This is tough though. Bonk. You move very far away? No worries. I'll hop on my bicycle. I'll go for a ride. You are putting in work today. Mounted both of your monitors, and you've been cleaning the office and bedroom. Hey, Cat's getting work done. Nice. Nice, nice.
Congratulations. Congratulations, hard worker friend. Oh, let me see. What have I been doing today?
I guess I woke up and I started working on streamy stuff. I want to make even more fun things to do with this box. I want to make it so that y'all can make me go fishing in this box, or that a shark can attack the box and bite my head off. I've got a few ideas. We need to make some art. Some art. Zoot. I even made it so that the boat could float a little bit. Hey! Hey! How dare you? This doesn't pause the game. If this paused the game, I would try to make my like little box float and see if it breaks it. I do have a button that's supposed to make it float. The boat doesn't work. Oh, is the hat real? No, the hat's green screened on. I went to stream today, but nothing wanted to work. Oh no, Cat, that sucks. I was running into some issues too. I couldn't remember my password because Nigel was logged in. I mean, Opst. Opst was logged in. Let's do... Can we just build some more... I kind of want to build some more nets. Did you ever finish the Breloom Pokemon? I have not yet. I was just on my drawing tablet today, and I was like, I want to do that. I want to finish coloring it. I didn't have time to do it today, but that's the first time that I booted up my computer since I did the stream, which is why it was open right now. Hey, Mark plays piano. What's up? Oi, oi, oi. Mark! Mark, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well.
Welcome. Welcome to our raft. Make sure that you hang on tight. These seas are getting a little choppy, my friend. But don't worry. If you fall overboard, I'll throw this hook and I'll stab you with it, and I'll pull you back onto the boat.
Yahoo! Yeah, Opes is not, he's not too secretive about his name, and he said it's fine for me to say it, but for branding purposes.
for branding purposes.
Here we go. I was asked recently what I wanted my name to look like in the credits of something that I did some work on, and I was like, you can just put the Earl, or the Earl of Suds, because, Kenny is dead. Never even heard of that name. I'm never going to say it again. That's the final time that I'm going to say my real name. I am not that anymore. I am the Earl. I wrote it down on my like research board or whatever. I was like, it was in the middle of the night and I had an epiphany, and I was like, I am the Earl. From now on, this is my name. Here we go. You're doing good? Chilling out for a bit? Nice. This is a great game to chill with, my friend. I'm glad that I can show it off. I do highly recommend this game to anybody that thinks that this looks interesting. You can even play it with friends. It's honestly like so zen. It's zen, but it can also get like a little stressful. So it's not like, it's not brainless. You definitely have to be like ready for sharks. The Earl's side of him is taking over. The what?
That's the only side.
Chef Kitty, what's up? It's such a good game. You bought it last week? Oh, yes. It is so good. I've actually had it for a long time. We haven't streamed it for like more than a year, but it is loads of fun. And I generally like survival crafting games. Oof. So I think I want to play some more of them. Like, probably my favorite game that I've ever streamed, besides, like, a couple of random games, would probably be, like, here we go. Survival crafting, what was I thinking of? Subnautica. Subnautica is one of my favorite games. So I want to play even more of these, but Raft is a game that I've never even gotten close to defeating. Not even close. There you go, nice. Okay, so next thing that we need to do, is kill this shark, I guess. Get out of here. When do you die? When do you freaking die? Come back, you coward. How strong is this guy? Holy moly. Get your buns back up here. It's the same shark this entire time. How long does it take to kill a shark with a wooden stick? I guess we're finding out live. We'll find out after a few of these messages. Turtles! Turtles? What? Who put turtles in this game? They're so cute. Swim with the turtles. They're so adorable. Noise. You can't do Subnautica. It gives you nightmares. Ooh, Subnautica definitely made me uncomfortable at first. And like each time that I would go deeper, it made me more and more uncomfortable. Oh, wait. Whoop. Yeah, wait a second. Which way is the wind blowing? So can I just like aim this over here? Hey, Wafer! What's up? Thank you. My raft, I fashioned it the best that I possibly could. I fashioned it out of sticks and twigs. Sticks, twigs, and a concerning amount of plastic. Where'd all this plastic come from, Who's throwing all these bottles into the sea, This is highly unrealistic. The real ocean doesn't look anything like this. The real ocean is as clean as can be. Hooray! I can't believe that the developers of this game would make a fictional universe where things are worse. He could make turtle soup? No, we're not killing the turtles. Listen, turtles are our friends. Look, we're eating well off the fish. I'm not gonna kill the poor darling turtles. How dare you? That is most foul. Most foul indeed. Fish. Listen, I only eat dumb things. That's my rule. My rule, I may not be a vegan. I may not be a vegetarian, but I only eat dumb stuff. Like bugs. I do not eat bugs. I mean, don't you think that fish are stupider than other animals, right? Like, compare a fish to a cow. Like, a fish, they're dumb looking. Like, they got nothing going on behind those eyes, right? They're kind of stupid. I don't think fish suffer that much, right? Oh no, not that quote. Not that quote. The context has changed. The context is wrong. The music is jamming, the fish are swimming, and I still don't have a whammon. I mean, I guess it's still applicable. I guess it's still true. Oh, but I'm not crying anymore, all right? The tears, they've dried up. They've dried up. Oh, I could have just grabbed that old barrel.
Just could have grabbed that old barrel. I wish we could go over to that island over there. It sure looks nice. I wonder what it's like to put your feet on nice, solid ground. I've been on this ship so long, I don't even know what it's like anymore.
Anonymous
Hey,
tipped
Anonymous!
$5. Guess who's back? Back again. Kenny's back. Tell a friend.
What? No, who is it? Who's back? Who's back? Thank you for the $5, Anonymous. What the heck? That's so generous. Stop! Who is this? Who is this? I'm not checking my email. I'm not gonna check who this is. I'm not gonna cheat. What the heck? Who's back? Who's back? Guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Jack is back. Is Jack back, baby? Wait a minute. Jack Black is Jack back? Wait a minute. Somebody called Jack. What, Jack Sparrow? Is it the Revenant from Halloween? No. It better not be. It better not be. Is that Jack Skellington? That's who I was thinking of. That was the other Jack. Okay, yeah. The other Jack that I was thinking of is Jack Skellington. Is that who it is? Oh no. I gotta do something. Oh, I gotta drink water. I'm so thirsty. Good. Tasty salt water for dinner. Coffee Casualty. You said that you're gonna go try walking Pupper. Aw. Give Pupper good pets for us, please. Enjoy your walkies. Enjoy your walkies. The dog's not getting walkies, you are. Oof. Do dogs feel like they're walking us? That is a very shower thought. Oh, Mark, thanks for hanging out with us. Oi. It was good to see you, Mark. Thanks for popping in. Hope you've been doing fantastic.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your day or else I may show up to your house flying on a raft, and I'll throw fish down at you until you smile. Maybe I'll have a turtle in tow. Kill! Kill, 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 kill. Yay! Oh wait, no, he's still alive. Oh, I thought he was dead. That's a crying shame. Thought that sucker had perished. I guess he lives forever. Unkillable shark. How exciting. Sid's new dog, Athena, deaf walks us. She just pulls us around. I love that. She's like, come on, let's go. God, humans are so slow. I want to see the world, Father. When am I gonna get to go out on my own? When do I get to walk on my own? Here we go. Hey, Potato Boy, what's up? How are you doing?
Well, 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 how many potatoes do we have now?
We have 16 potatoes and 1 potato boy. Fantabulous. Oi, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to our raft. You can easily make a spot here in this cardboard box. There's room enough for all of us. Can you tame the sharks? I don't think that you can. I think that the best that you can do is that you can make it so that they won't bite your boat. And then you don't have to kill them, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that you only... The only reason that I'm killing them right now is just because they will eat my, They will eat my boat and destroy my nets. Okay, I need 1 more rope. Oh no, I need 2 more ropes. What the heck? How am I so bad at math? Perfect. Okay, let's lay out some of these. I mostly just need to get rid of some of this wood. I have too much wood. Too much wood. Should I make it a solid foundation? I guess I could, because I don't want these to break. I'm gonna make like a giant rake. It's like a huge rake that will just go through, comb the water, and grab all the trash. I definitely don't want these parts to break. Okay, now we still need 1 more to make this like even, I guess. Which way is this wind blowing now? Okay, I'm gonna mostly aim it kind of towards the wind, but I wanna move forward as well, so that we can collect as much trash as possible. The shelter said that she had to be in a fenced-in yard because she's a runner. Oh no! Oh no, not a runner. Bruce the shark had many, 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 many friends. I never knew my father. Ricky Ticky T.
Ahoy, matey, welcome. Welcome to the world of Raft. Thank you, Ricky Ticky T, for the 21 months of support. I can't believe that you've supported this old pirate for so long. God bless you. God bless both your peg legs and both your patched eyes. Hey, oh ho, Ricky Ticky. How art thou doing?
Ricky Ticky Taffy? Ricky Ticky, what the heck am I gonna do now? I guess we make the boat even bigger, right? We'd make it even more mighty. I suppose it's time to start thinking about making like an upper part of this raft, because we have enough wood for it. We should also look at like automating our food a little bit more and our water. I think our first bit of business should be making a better anchor. An anchor that can be reeled up. Thank you for the hype in the chat, Dialins. Oh yeah. Double-decker boat. Oh, heck yes. It's way safer up top. Up top, that's where the action happens. But yeah, first thing that we need to do is that we need to make a reusable anchor, because then we can stop our boat and we can go onto the islands. And the reason that we want to do that is because the islands around them is a lot of iron and things like that. Like, I think that there's actually several different types of material that you can dig up. So there's, oh, something over there. There's sand, there's iron, there's probably copper, there's all sorts of goodies. And we need to pick those up so that we can make a smelter. But you have to be able to stop your boat to do that. Okay, I need water. I'm starving. I'm starving for water. Good. Iron. Yes, we need some delicious iron. So first bit of business is that we need... Oh, you said that you love that I'm playing this? Yeah, Ricky Ticky, this game's so much fun. I love it so much. And honestly, it's kind of fun to like restart this game. So we got a throwable anchor, but there are better types of anchors. I suppose I will have to... Oh yeah, see, wet bricks are made with sand and clay. I saw them out of the corner of my eye. They're almost... They are dead! Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm gonna activate. I'm gonna get all the shark meat and then swim right back. Nice. Wow, we got one! What's up, Frogger? What does my hat say? It says, thanks so much for tuning in. Just kidding. California Republic. Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Nothing like a California hat in Texas. Yeah! But what it actually says is Team Shark! Team Shark. Listen, we may have to kill sharks, but I'm still rooting for them, to be honest. Yeah! Shark for dinner! The shark meat is so good for you. Also, you can wear a shark hat now. Now we have the meme hat. How do I put this on? There's definitely a way. How do I don the hat? How do I don the... I'm not sure, but I think that you can still hang it up. Yeah, it like affects your vision though. It's not fun to wear. So you just wear the shark hat? You can. I don't know how though. What is T? Hey! Whoa, what is this? Your raft, number 1, your raft is your home. Your hook is your friend. Number 2, if your raft breaks, you patch it up. If your hook is lost, you must make another. Number 3, if you find the big blue stretching out forever, that means you aren't paying attention. Number 4, there's nothing you can't make if you have the right salvage. Number 5, follow any radio frequencies. If it's still broadcasting, then it's above the water. Number 6, others have come by before you. More will come after you. Make sure to mark the way. Number 7, the world is gone, but its stories remain. Gather as many as you can. And for Pete's sake, watch out for the sharks. The what? I haven't noticed any sharks yet. I only killed one of them. Also, Darren, what's up? Hey! Welcome to my raft. I am sitting very comfortably in my cardboard box. I've never felt safer because we just killed a shark. We just murdered one of God's creatures, Darren. How are you doing? What's up, my favorite wizard? I was trying to think. I was like, yeah, you got to be my favorite wizard. There's no way. There's no way. I've watched too much of this wizard. Can we get a shout out for Darren right now? Also, did I miss any shouts out now that I think about it? Oh my goodness. We got streamers in the chat.
Oi, Darren, that's a big old raft. You bet it is, friend. You bet it is.
Oh, you did the shout out? Thank you, you guys. If you want to see like a super cool wizard, you got to go say hi to my friendo Darren. Have you still been streaming, my friend? I've not been able to check because I've been busy this week, but how have your streams been going? I know that you just moved, so I wouldn't blame you if you kind of took it easy a bit. You only stream, it's only a stream or 2 per week. I feel that. You're busy, Bean. You're getting your job started. Hopefully you'll be able to get used to your new schedule and be able to stream more often. We're all hoping. I need a metal ingot. To make a stationary anchor. Therefore, I can deduce that we're going to need to make some normal anchors first because I have to. Because we need to be able to anchor ourselves to shore to be able to get the stuff for a proper anchor. So, we'll just make some of these dumb ones. Some throwable anchors. Right there. Oh, and it's on like an extra hardy plank, which is so good. I'm still wondering who the heck is back. Is Jack back? Jack Black, is Jack back? I still don't know what that meant. What the heck does that mean? Who is back? Who was donating earlier is saying that they're back? I'm gonna get a paddle. Because these sharkies have been no good and they deserve a good spanking. Oh, wait. We're kind of starving and thirsty. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. We got shark meat now. Nice. Yo, we'll cook this up. Oh, said I was back. I see. I'm gonna pour this out because I think it was salt water. There we go. Yo, do we have any shark meat yet? I'm kind of starving. I'm starving Marvin. Or Marvin, he's starving. Oh, bless me. Give me some food. Oh, yo, we're right here at the shore. Nice. It says, large landmass ahoy! Ahoy, ahoy! Welcome to Large Landmass Island. Hey, that sounds great. If we're making cinnamon bread, cinnamon bread, tasty. Can I have some of this cinnamon bread? You were gonna stream yesterday, but work wants you to do a bunch of online training. What? Online training can wait. We have wizarding to do. Excuse me, there's gaming to be done. Please just explain to them next time that there's gaming to be done. This shark meat is delicious. Guess I'll put this here. Also, Sarah Johnson, what's up? It's in my bread maker, but if it turns out good, I'll share. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. My mom used to make bread all the time. My mom had a bread making machine. We used to have to go get, Yo, I think the shark's still out here. We used to have to go, what? How do I break this? What? Ah, no, I just dropped my hook. My hook. I thought I was supposed to like hit this, but do I have to be underwater? Oh, but my mom used to go get like wheat. She would go get, do I just hold this? Oh. Oh, that's clay. What else do I need? Okay, so maybe I have to be underwater to get it. We have a bread maker too. It's called me. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that reminds me that one of my friends that I've been hanging out with recently, he was telling me that he knows how to make bread and he knows how to make pasta. Now I want to learn how to cook, you guys. Oh! Oh my God, that thing came zooming in. Okay, let's back onto the beach. Back onto the beach. Stepping on the beach. But I want to learn how to make bread. I want to learn how to make a French baguette. I'm going to learn how to make a baguette and some spaghetti. Pasta's easy. Oh, easy for you to say. I have trouble boiling water. Listen, some of us just learned how to scramble eggs, all right? Cooking stream. Do y'all want a cooking stream? Maybe cooking stream can be like a low grade prize during the 24-hour stream. Maybe that can be an easy reward to earn. Is that a creature? Is that one of God's creatures? Oh my gosh, a dubious little creature. Can't It really does not seem to mind our existence. It's just kind of bounding around. I almost feel guilty. Oh, what? There's a pig. Oh my gosh, pigged up. Wait a minute. I've seen The Lion King. This doesn't end well. This doesn't end well. Pumbaa, back off, Buster. Now you die. It's exactly right. Oh. No. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Never mind. Pumbaa's too strong. We need like a bow and arrow for that bugger. You can't climb, can you? This ain't a zombie game, right? Whew. You can make banana bread. Ooh, banana bread. Yum. I freaking love banana bread. Banana bread. I could make some muffins. Wait a second. This is turning into a baking stream. Wait a minute. Baking and cooking aren't the same. Some poppy seed muffins. Oh boy. What a bore. Oh my God, he turned that corner so fast. Hang on. What is up here though? What kind of treasure? Okay, we can just grab that. There's some bolts. We can use those. These islands are so much more dangerous than they used to be. Used to, you just go onto the island, there was nothing there. You just grab the... I'll be fine, right? Sliding down. This game seems like it was made in Unity. I'm not actually sure. Not 100%, but it feels like a Unity game. Ooh, mushrooms. Suspicious cave mushrooms. Should we consume these, or should we, like, give a care? Should we give a care or none whatsoever? I honestly feel like we should eat them. I said baking stream a few chats ago. Please. Oh, sorry. Oh, baking stream in particular. I see, Linz. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll try to pay better attention. My bad. Sorry. This is my first time streaming. I'm a little embarrassed. A little embarrassed with my voice. So. Oh wait, we need water. I'm so thirsty. My character said. They said. Watermelons! No, my watermelons! Eat the watermelon. These watermelons are tasty. Yeah, because they're healing my water faster than they're healing my food. This is madness, I say. Madness! That is not how watermelons work, I don't think. Where's my ship? Did my ship blow away? Oh my god. Shippy? Shippy! Are you still here? Ship-chan? Uh-oh. My precious ship. My ship waifu. Are they gone? No. Oh, they're still here. Alright. No worries. Everybody calm down. Calm down. You need dirt for animals. You what? You need dirt for animals? What does that mean? To like grow animals, you need dirt. You need to plant them in soil. I'll tell you what I need. I guess I need to make some wet bricks. I think we need to make wet bricks so that we can make a forge, right? Oh, the dirt in the cave. What does the dirt in the cave do for you? I don't need animals or anything. What I need is some wet bricks. Ooh. Oh, you can make a grass plot. What? You can make a grass plot? This gives you scrap, right? Yeah, we don't need scrap. Where's that shark at, by the way? I haven't noticed that shark around here in a little while. I think that whenever you go onto an island, they just like... they'll circle around the island. And as soon as they see you, they go for you. So I'm gonna stay close to the shore and we should be good. Shave his belly with a rusty razor. Shave. Oh wait, we're not supposed to sing sea shanties until we're on the high seas. Sorry if backseating? No, you're fine. I have backseating enabled anyway. I'm trying to figure out how to play this game. This is definitely one of those games that you would like leave the wiki open 24/7 while you play it. Like you gotta figure out what to do. You gotta figure out what to do. If you get a llama, you can get wool and a bigger backpack. Ooh, nice.
Sea shanties? Aye, we do be shanting.
Maybe we shan't. Maybe we shan't. So what do I need? Clay or sand? We need some wet bricks. We still need more clay. What does clay even look like? When you get close to the ship, we'll hop aboard. Hop aboard. I think that you make wet bricks, then you just place them on your... Oh. There he is. There he is. There's that boy. I can't believe that a shark found us so soon after we killed that other one. Yeah, maybe we need to find like a safe harvesting spot where the shark can't get us. You had to learn sea shanties when you were in elementary school? What? How is this useful? How are sea shanties useful? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why are we teaching kids sea shanties? I mean, they're kind of fun though. Way, hey. I learned them in Boy Scouts. When we'd get bored. They're laying on board. Okay, we need clay and sand, I guess. Sandy and clay. Sandy cheeks. These are just stones, I think. Those are just boring old rocks. Worthless. This is sand, right? I'm gonna pay attention. No, that's clay. Clay is like a big stone. A big sandy stone. So this is clay. Oh, that's sand. They look super similar. So sand and clay are just those lumps. And they're probably like very slightly tinted differently. We can also harvest the seagrass here, whatever it's called. I'm gonna eat this watermelon. See, this is the best part. The best part of going to an island is the sweet, sweet watermelon. Oh my goodness. See, the seaweed, I think that you can like melt this down and make all sorts of good stuff with it. Gotta make sure that I don't get too far out, otherwise that shark's gonna notice me. In fact, he may have already noticed me. Just kidding, I don't see him. We took a ship where a trip where we stayed on a ship and had to do all the ship work. That's so cool. What the heck? See, there was there was all sorts of cool like ship trips that my Boy Scout troop took, but I never got to go on any of them. They went on to like a US Navy ship that was haunted, quote unquote, and then they went there twice, and I never got the opportunity because it was during spring break. And we didn't have spring break. And then they also went to the Bahamas, I think, and they like sailed a ship and everything. Like seafaring is like a big thing in Boy Scouts because there's a whole part of it that's dedicated to sea. I'm trying to remember what it's called. So there's normal Boy Scouts, there's Girl Scouts. Now there's they're kind of mixed together. There's Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, there's venturing, and then there is some sort of it might be called Sea Scouts. That may just literally be what it's called, but you can get like admiral rankings or whatever. Like there's sea themed ranks, and it's all about boating. It's kind of cool, but I never got to do any of that. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna make some. Oh no, I'm just throwing them. No, my wet bricks. My precious wet bricks. I'm gonna just get rid of this raw potato, I guess. We can't even cook yet. Okay, so we need more clay. We could also find out how many bricks it takes to make, pretty sure that it takes, boing. Also, now that we're on the ship, the shark will attack it again. I'm guessing he's been waiting. Yeah, so we need a dry brick for a smelter, most certainly. Yep, he's been waiting. He's so hungry. You already look kind of banged up, mister. What have you been doing? What have you been doing out here? You just munched my ship. Stop that. Stop. Okay, we gotta fix a ship before he starts munching on our precious nets. Okay, sweet. Seas are looking a little choppy. Chop meister out here. Okay, we need, for one, we'll keep these cooking so that we'll have food whenever we come back. But we gotta place these wet bricks, and then over time, they'll just dry out. Even if they're covered in water, it doesn't matter. This game's not realistic, doesn't need to be. Let's see, we're kind of running out of space. I think we need another one of these boxes. In fact, we could, we can't make the big one yet. We'll make a small one. Mango wants some buns. Not my buns. Not my precious buns. My buns, I need those. Mango can't have these 2 buns. I need them for later. Oh, wait. This is like a decorative box, so what, you open it up, then it gives you a random item? Oh, it says you learned rose, so it just teaches you how to make stuff? It says you learned quill, but I don't see a quill. So these teach you how to make, like, beautiful stuff. A flag. A rose. What else can we learn? A sofa. Cool. Also string lights. What? How fancy can you make this thing? Table. Fireplace. And last one is a curtain. Nice. I would have used those like immediately if I'd known that you just unlocked the decorations. Okay, there. What can we get rid of? I guess we don't need a paddle while we're like at sea all the time. Okay, my inventory's pretty empty. I'll just put, I guess, all of this here. Sweet.
Now we just need some more wet bricks. More wet bricks.
I suppose we'll harvest stuff for wet bricks until these bricks dry. When those bricks dry, then we'll get back to the ship and we'll research them and figure out how many we actually need. Potato. Allergies have officially caught up with you today. What? Have you been running from them? You can run, but you can't hide from allergies. Is there like what's going on in Ohio? Is there some sort of a pollen season going on here? I guess it is spring, eh? Are all the plants sprouting? We do have a bunch of things. Oh, look at it. Kind of cute. Let's kill it. Oh, I just broke my hitting stick. Oh, I can't make another hitting stick. Ah. Wait a minute, but what am I supposed to do now? Can I make an axe? No, I need stone and rope. Maybe I'll pick up a stone. Maybe I can kill it with an axe. Any stones down here? Where the stones at? That is one vibey goat. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't even mind getting schwacked. He don't even mind getting whacked. He's a nice goat. A good goat. Better than we deserve. That Von chick, what's up? How are you doing? Mummy, I'm scared. Carry me. What? Carry you? Mama? I'm your mama. What? Is that true? You can't kill it with an axe. You need a weapon. What? Did you just say that an axe is not a weapon? You're gonna have a rude awakening. A rude awakening, I tell you. Best be careful. You see an axe-wielding maniac? Don't just say, well, it's not a weapon. Here we go. Bonk. Yum, yum, yum. Von chick, how have you been doing? Mommy? Sorry, mommy? I actually had the meme was like directly behind me whenever I was making my little background until I, let me get up here. Let me get my oxygen. Until I replaced it with, oh no, I'm about to die. Before I replaced it with this. It was the meme. It was the meme in the background. But no, we're at a port. We're the Port Authority. I can't see anything. Yo, Salty, what the heck? Hey! Hi there, friendos. What's up? Welcome to my small little boat. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Mr. Pineapple, thank you for the follow. Salty, what the heck? Oi, oi, Salty. Oh my gracious. Oh my gracious. Shouts out to Salty. One of my coolest friendos. Thank you so much. How was your stream? What were you doing? Jackbox, nice. Who won? Who was the funniest bean? Nice hat. Oh, thank you. Do you like my little boat? I drew a little tiny boat. And yes, we're actually at a port right now. This would make more sense. We're actually, oh my god. Why would you do this? Oi, 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 oi. Thank you, Mix Alien, for the follow. Thank you, Will Pat, for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Fine Pine, you're back. Nice. I just got back as well. Oi. Thank you so much, Salty. I hope you enjoyed your stream. Are we going to be playing Fortnite this weekend? Wait a minute. You're collecting? Nice. Finally. I should maybe make my my baby an emote that you can actually use elsewhere. My apologies. My apologies. That's my bad. My bad that it's follower only. Also, we're about to die. I'm going to have to... Thank you for the eating. I actually... Oh! We are going to die. I can't sprint. I can't sprint, you guys. Okay, this is the end. I'm so glad that y'all joined during me to dying. Have y'all all seen... Listen, if you've never seen this game before, it's all about building your raft and surviving the draft. And the shark. Also that. Oi, oi. But thank y'all so much for coming over here. Salty, if you need to go get some food or some water, please do. Please do. Oi, 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 oi. Did you have a vacation? I did. Well, not like a real vacation, but my boyfriend came over. My boyfriend came over and we were super duper busy and we just hung out the entire time. And I felt bad because I didn't stream. Where's my ship? Where's my ship? You guys, where did y'all put my ship? Excuse me? Who picked up my ship? Oh no, here comes the pig. The pig's like... He's like, get off my island. Okay, maybe it's on the other side. Boyfriend. Oh, wait, what? Von Chick, you didn't know that? You didn't know that I had a boyfriend. Also, let me see. Is that K Harakit? Harakit? Oh, wait, I have this game. This game's lots of fun. Very much recommended. I've played this game for many hours, and it is so much fun. But it's all about making your raft. That's why I want to show off our ship. I want to show off our ship, but I don't know where the heck it is. Where the heck did my boat go? I'm so embarrassed. I'm a boatless rafter. How am I supposed to sing sea shanties when I have no boat to sing it on? Is this where my boat is? Where'd my... I'm so worried. Oh, it's Kaharakit? Kaharakit? Is that how to say it? Can I just call you Kit? Would that do? I should not call you whatever you want. This game is super fun. Yeah, this game's a co-op too, right? Pretty sure. Pretty freaking sure. Let me see. Did I miss something? You want sharks and hogs? Yo, let's play Fortnite. Hey, wait a minute. Salty, I mean, Human One said that she would play. Human One said yes, or of course, or something like that. And I was wanting to play on Sunday. Don't know. If you'd be down to play it on Sunday, I'd stream it. It'd be my first time streaming a multiplayer game in a while. But I would definitely be down on Sunday, but if it needs to be Saturday because of the peoples, I will do it. You got the whole baby collection? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so many babies. Is that every one that you've made? Because there's no, let me see. There's no Click one, eh? Did Click not activate his? Shaking my head. Click has to be different, of course. Of course, Click. I'm just going to leave that there. You keep saying the H in the name. How Stewie says, wheat thins. Mummy, I would like wheat thins, please. I don't actually exactly know what that character sounds like, but shark! I know, he just maunched. He just maunched on my fresh ship. That was Mango, Mango getting some revenge on my... on my talk about Clicky. He was like, oh yeah, this is why Clicky doesn't put a baby on here, because I'll eat his ship. Also, I think I'm dying out here. Uh-oh. I think we need some water. I'm so thirsty. I'm so freaking thirsty. Sunday works best for you this week. Got a birthday party on Saturday. Ooh, nice. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, whoever's birthday it is. Can I eat a mushroom? It says it's an excellent addition to many meals. I'm doubtful. I'm fearful. I think that these mushrooms might be the end of me. Are these bricks dry? Oh, heck yes. Oh, heck yes. We've got dry bricks. Finally, the most important thing. Finally, dry brick. Now, how many do we need for a smelter? Because I need to be able... We're going to go full Minecraft on this game. We're going full Minecraft on this game. Oh, we need 6 dry bricks. Oh! No, that's too many. We'll never be able to find all these bricks. We need sand and... What is it? Sand and clay. Sand and clay. That's what we need. That's what we need. But yes, if we can play on Sunday, that would be so awesome. So awesome. Last time that Salty and I played some Fortnite, we bagged some wins. We got at least 2 real wins, but we also beat bots. But I don't think we didn't get the crown though. We didn't get a crown. So pretty much confirmed that some of those victories were fake, but at least 2 of them we did win. Got a battle royale. So I'm hoping for some more success. Salty and I also gamed a little bit afterward, and we got another victory too. You love that I'm in a box. Okay. Since we're safe right now, let me see if I can make my box float. I have a button that I was trying to do. Ooh, put that over there. Let me see if I can get Leon board to work. Stream Deck. I want to see if I can make it float. Can I make it float? Human One! Thank you for the sub! Hi! 15 months! Oh, hi! Let me see if I can get my box to float and not break my entire stream. Human One, thank you for the 15 months. Oi, oi, oi. Everybody, can we get a shout out for Human One? One of my favorite streamers. Oh, you guys, check out Human One if you haven't before. They're so sweet. And they do the best just chatting and gaming. Hey, it works. Look, the ship's kind of moving. Look, my box moves a little bit like it's on a wave. Do you see it? It's very subtle. Maybe made it a little too subtle. But I couldn't figure out how to like loop it. And I made it initially so that I would like float with the box. But I was having problems with this working. Ah! I was having trouble mixing those two things together, but I'm working on it. I'll try to mix them all together. Oi, 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 oi. Oh my God, you're in a box. Yes. In an upside down box. I made a fine ship for myself, as you can see. As you can see, a fine vessel. A fine vessel to be able to float on the high seas. There it goes. Now it looks like I'm on the boat. Yee-hee! Human One changed their username and it's throwing me off. What? Is that true? Come on now. Come on now. You can do it. You can do it, mods. Also, let me see. Oh, would it work if that box was a GIF? Yeah, if the floating was a GIF. But if the floating was a GIF, then that wouldn't move me, you see. It's and also the other thing is that it needs to be two parts, because this is a two-part image. One of them is the front that I can't get my hand in front of, and the other one is the back that I can't get behind. So it makes it look like I'm in the box. It ends right on this corner, I think. So I wish it would be really cool if I could reach over and pick up things. I guess I kind of can. Hang on. This is outside of the box. There we go. Right out of the ocean.
Mmm, good ocean water. Tasty.
It does look like I'm reaching out of the ocean. Tasty. A tasty. Also, I'm thinking that I might make it so that y'all can like animate a shark. Oh, speaking of shark. Oh no, we need to get a weapon. Let's make a weapon first. But I was thinking that I might make it so that y'all can summon a shark to bite my head off. I'd have to figure out a way to give me some time. But I got this green screen hood with two little eye holes on it. And I think that what I might do is that like there'll be an animation, I'll disappear for a minute, I'll rip my hat off, I'll throw on this hood, and then it'll like change. It'll change the source or something. I'm not sure. You love this hood. The invisible hood. Ooh, spooky. It has two little eyes in it though, so I think that my eyes would still be visible. I think it'd just be floating eyeballs. I don't think it looks weird. Okay, here, I'll show you how weird it looks. While this shark eats us. Wait, oh no, we need to drink some water first. Unfortunately, this game, like, if the game just like continues along, you can't really pause it. Let me drink this water, and I'll put on the hood so that you can see what the eyes look like. Okay, let me see. There you go. No head. He's headless. Hello there. Welcome to my stream. Thanks so much for tuning in. Is it beautiful? Is it amazing? Does it really show off my eyes? So no head? Human One. That's horribly inappropriate. So no head? All right. So half a head. You guys, the lobotomy went pretty well. But the second half of the lobotomy, you know, the part where they put the rest of my head back on, yeah, didn't work out. Sorry. They gave up halfway, unfortunately. I'm going to fix this. Pop. There we go. Might need to get him a VTuber rig. Listen, I want a VTuber rig. That would be fun. That'd be fun. The occasional squirrel stream. Then I can finally embrace my my furry side. I can finally embrace that which everyone has suspected. Is Earl a furry? The most Googled question about me. Zoot. Make the spear. Well, to make a spear, what do I need? Yeah, you're right though. I need to remember. I need to remember my weaponry.
Do not forget your weapon, otherwise the shark will kill you.
Come on, gimme. There we go. Okay. Whoa, these seas are getting a little choppy. Holy moly. Okay. What do we need? I need to make a weapon. I need planks and rope. That's it. Okay, so I should be able to just get planks out of here, and I'll have to get some palm trees. There's rocks in one of these boxes, right? Stop. I need to move this. This stupid box is very confusing. We'll grab our rocks. Let's see. I was gonna make, if we make a stone axe, then we'll be able to chop down trees and get wood that way. And lots of other stuff too. So that's useful. But I mostly need the spear, so I need rope. And I don't think that I can make too much of it. Yeah, we need more palm trees. So let's go on the island, chop down some of these palm tree. Yeah, they're just palm trees and get some palms. Get some palmies. Get some palmas. Your balance is unmatched. My what? On top of the, oh, you're saying on top of the ship? Yeah. Over choppy seas, I'm still balancing. Indeed. Ow! Stupid zipper got stuck in my hair. Is it really? I want to Google you now. I don't think that anything comes up. Probably a YouTube channel comes up and an Instagram, but that's probably it. There's not much Earl of Suds out there. Wait a second. I could have swore. Wait a minute. Maybe let me go onto YouTube and check something. Let me see if anything comes up. Yeah. Let me see. Is Earl of Suds? No, it's just the Earl of Suds. That's all. I don't see anything. Earl of Suds is VODs. This is my own things though. This isn't even suggestions. Earl of Suds Super Mario apparently is. Oh, I think that I searched that. Who was the first Earl of Sandwich? Was there an Earl of Sandwich? Is there still an Earl of Sandwich? Somebody searched Earl of Suds Twitch. Okay, so it's kind of... Not really. Not really. Nothing comes up. We got to work on that, you guys. We got to work on that. We got to give people something to Google.
Coconut. Coconut.
I did get yeah, I got some palm leaves off of that. Let's chop down some more trees.
Chop down more trees.
Can I break this? Okay, this tree looks too strong. Can we? I don't see any loading bar or anything. I don't think that you can take that sucker down. It's too powerful. Whee! Search is the Earl of Suds. Is the Earl of Suds what? Crossword? What does that mean? What? My crossword puzzle? Little did we know. Little did we know I ended up not being a human being, but actually the world's first living crossword puzzle. Changing every single day. The answers are never the same on the Earl of Suds crossword puzzle.
Coconut.
You guys, what is your favorite thing for coconut to be on? Or would you just rather have like a coconut by itself? What is the best way to prepare a coconut? Say you have a coconut in your hand and you think, I know exactly what to make with this. What would you do? Because shaved coconut is pretty tasty on some things, but some people actually just like eating coconuts. Some people drink coconut milk. Coconut milk kind of sussy. Kind of sussy. The Samoa Cookie Girl Scouts. Ooh. Oh yeah, weren't you talking about the Girl Scouts earlier? Have you ever were you ever a Girl Scout? I'm sorry that I missed your message. I could scroll up, I guess. Coconut upsets your tummy? Oh no. Oh no, then we must stay away from it. All right. Cancel the coconut party that we were gonna have. Sorry, Callie. You're not invited anymore. Bites into it like an apple? Wait, whoa. Benny. Listen, you are gonna lose all of your teeth. You're gonna lose all of your teeth. Just make sure you're recorded, all right? If you want to take a giant bite into a coconut like an apple, just make sure you record it, because I want to see that. I think you need a shovel for doing this stuff on. Yeah, I see that. I was only a brownie for 1 year. Aw, that's so cute. I honestly really like the name Brownie. Very adorable. Brownie points. I love coconut everything. I have coconut water beside me right now. Not the coconut water. I tried to like coconut water. I'm so sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. Don't make me drink it. I'm trying to remember. My voice got hurt from streaming too much last year. And I had to like search for different ways to like calm down my throat. And one of them I tried coconut water and it was, I couldn't stomach it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I tried. I settled on agave water. Agave is really, really tasty. And it had a pulp in it. I never would have thought that agave would make a good drink. But especially some of the flavors, they were delicious. Highly recommended. Definitely worth a try. Great. Pig. Stupid pig. I think that he can just keep charging you. But I'm gonna crawl to the top of this rock and he won't touch me up here. Take that, you fool! You fool! Pumbaa, get lost. Go find your Simba. Hey, what's up, Sir Kitty Sir Kitty McMittens? Salty raid! I'm not late, you're late. Wait a moment. I'm late. I've been here this whole time. What are you talking about? Sir Kitty McMittens. Sir Kitty McMittens. Well, it's fine to meet you. My name is the Earl of Sands. So we have a sir, we have an earl, and we have an alien. Do we have any other... You got that goat walking up the hill. You're back. Welcome back, Coffee Casualty. You're here just in time. Just in time for me to kill this pig. We got a Fortnite? Oh, heck yes. Oh, heck yes. We're thinking on Sunday. Would that work for you, Human One? Would that work for you? Salty said that would be best. And I would prefer Sunday as well. But listen, we can work around if we need to. Can I not hit him from up here? Oh, there we go. Woo! No, you hit me. What the heck? How do you... No, stop. I'm being mauled. I'm being mauled. My body. Oh, my body. Go. Run away. The three of us would make a hella epic combo. Oh, heck yes. No, we're gonna die. Let me climb. I can't sprint. No! Stop, you stupid pig. Let me up here. Can he? No, he's right behind me. Okay, we're gonna die now. We're gonna die. I can't get away from him. Oh no, your body, it's broken. No, stop attacking me, you stupid pig. No, you stupid. Ah, no. This game is kind of stupid. This pig is broken, you guys. This is dumb as heck. You can't even outrun them and it stuns you so that you can't run. Dumb. This combat sucks. I hope I didn't lose everything. I mean, obviously I didn't lose everything, but I guess we're gonna go pick it up. Probably evening? Yes, we could totally play Sunday evening. Good. Nice. My Fortnite plans. I even put it on my schedule. Now I can fill in the names that are gonna play with me. Sir Kitty. Sir Kitty, thank you for the follow. My goodness. Sir Kitty, do you know you came through with Salty, but Salty's acting like they know you. Wait a minute. Have we got like a top Salty fan, top Salty chatter? I'm a big fan of Salty too. Wait a minute. We might have a little bit in common. Oh, your homies for real? For real? Like forever? Ever? Where's my... Okay, there it finally went off. Where's my loot? Did I lose all my loot? Does my loot go away? Does it not drop a backpack? Do you just restart? What the heck? Did that pig put on all my clothes? You guys, I think the pig stole my trousers. I don't... Where's my stuff? Did they not let you pick back up your stuff? That seems dumb. Is that true? Can we get a confirmation? What do you mean it's not 7 days to die? There's tons of games that work like that. Almost all games work like that. Minecraft works like that. Minecraft's the only other game that matters. All games, you just drop your stuff and you pick it back up. Because it makes sense. The pig wouldn't destroy all my stuff. It doesn't make sense that my stuff would disappear. Why would it? It should all be right here. For real, on gang stuff. Salty and I go way back. Wait a minute. You talking about IRL friends? Are you talking about like internet homies? Internet homies. Although I gotta say the line between internet homie and IRL homie is like one visit. Anyway. What the heck is all that? Bunch of mush into water? Bunch of mushies? Bunch of mushed up mushrooms? I've never gotten to meet Salty yet. IRL, I mean. But TwitchCon, here it comes. TwitchCon's almost here. Oh boy, everybody, hold your breath. Hold your breath until TwitchCon. That's what I'm doing.
The mods will soon be real-life homies.
It's true. Do you know what Alchemic's been up to? I'm gonna message him after the stream. I wonder how that boy doing. He has not been on here for like, I mean, I know that I left for a week, but that boy ain't been here for a minute. And I noticed. Hope he's just taking care of stuff, you know? I never want anybody to feel like they have to hang out. That's the thing, is that I never want people to feel like it's required or that they need to be here because, you know, people got to get real life stuff done. Everybody's got to get stuff done. So I don't like people feeling pressured to like participate or anything like that. I want people to just hang out whenever they have free time and they want to, you know? Oh, he's taking a break from the internet? Okay. That's good to hear. Take a little break. That's good for you. See, that's a tricky thing is that it's like, I miss my friend, but it's also like, oh, taking care of yourself? Okay, good. Okay, I think it's time to leave this island. We just lost all of our stuff, so it's time to take to the high seas. We're taking to the high seas to collect some trash. Because we need resources, you guys. We need resources. Set sail, full speed ahead. Our trash wagon is on the move again. We've got like a couple of bricks. He messaged me because he knew that I would assume something happened to him. Oh, so did I, but he didn't message me. Well, then again, I mean, I did just expect that he was just taking a little break, so never mind. I hope he's doing good. God bless him. Holds breath until TwitchCon. Me too, Sir Kitty. Are you gonna go to TwitchCon? Wait a minute. How many homies are going on to TwitchCon? He didn't because you were on vacay. Oh yeah, that's true. I was like just starting vacay. He was here like a couple of days before I left, wasn't he? It was only like a couple of days. Very thoughtful. A very thoughtful being. All right, we got planks. Yeah, we've got to get on the move because we have. Wow, this ship moves fast. Jedi, what's up? Oi. Jedi, do you remember this game?
Oi, Jedi, we're on a ship. Okay, I'm back from lurking. My headphones weren't working.
But you have them working now? Nice. Ripsy, let me just pull this out of the... Wait a minute. I want to pull this out of the ocean. There we go. Yeah, wait. There we go. My drink out of the ocean. Oi. How are you doing, Ripsy? It's good to see you. Wait, why are you hiding cups in the ocean? Because then other people from Raft can survive, all right? Pollution's the only way to survive. Pollution's the only way to live in this game.
Don't you understand? Times are different now. Now we need trash in the ocean. Otherwise, everyone dies. So start polluting. Quickly. This game has a great message. Pollution saves lives. I'm surprised that there's any sharks out here with all this pollution. I want to grab that.
I'm dying out here. I'm dying here. I'm getting married here. I'm gonna die soon because I don't have any water.
I need my water.
I would drink. I have fresh water right now, but I can't drink it because I don't have a container, I don't think. Yeah, there's fresh water in there, but I can't fill up my mouth with it. First, you have to put it in a container, and then you put it in your mouth. Didn't you know that? Nothing goes directly in your mouth in this game. Give me that. No, I'm starving. Oh my gosh, raw beets. Perfect. Yum. Okay, I ate a raw beet. Can I still can't make a bucket. We can make a big one. Useful for gathering milk? I don't need milk. We don't need milk. I'm lactose intolerant. This is offensive. Give me my oh my gosh, my character's choking to death. Stop! You're making me feel guilty. I'm trying my best. Okay, there we go. I'm so thirsty. Ah, there we go. That hits the spot. That hits the spot. Oh, fish. Oh, fishy, fishy. All right, we're still alive. Hooray! He needs some milk. I'm trying to remember what was the Ripsy meme that I keep I keep referencing I keep saying it to Opes, going, my main goal is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody. I quote that meme all the time. Opes was like, that's Ripsy's favorite meme. And I was like, I want to get some grills though. I need some spiky grills. My main goal. Did you see the video that he made later? There's a video that somebody made on his Cameo where they got him to say, my main goal is to blow up and eat a bag of assorted nuts. And he acted like he'd never heard the phrase before. Like he made it. He was like, this person, they say their message is, I want to blow up and act like I don't know nobody. Like he didn't even know his own meme. That guy is zooted or something. Like he's lost. He's lost to us. God rest his soul. No shotguns yet. No, they haven't showed up yet, Jedi. I think we're safe. I'm pretty sure that the people that were running the shark gods are actually banned now. Pretty sure that the shark gods are actually banned. Whoops. What? Is Luke here? Wait a minute. Where the heck? Oh, it's Luke. Hey, what's up? Wait a minute. Was Luke the fake cousin? Wait a minute. Is Luke that liar? Wait a second. Who's Luke? I think Luke's the old liar Luke. I can't believe that you felt Luke are these nuts. What? I can't believe it got me twice. He got me twice. Salty, I can't believe that you would let Luke lie to me like that. Actually surprised, shocked, and surprisingly engaged. Luke, you proper meme lord, you. What the heck? Where'd you come from? Who found Luke? Leaves because of Luke? Oof. How dare you? How dare you? Luke's my new friend.
Sorry, everybody. I've got a new friend now.
Do we put this over here? There we go. Perfect. Oh, I caught a giant barrel.
Way hey and up she rises, way hey and give me those palm branches.
Shoot, this is so dangerous and scary. Please go away, you stupid old shark. All I am is just in a little cardboard box. Salty's your cousin? No, he has not. When mommy and daddy love each other very much. What is it? Luke, you are nothing but, you're just chaos. Okay, bye. Wait, what? What is going on? Luke? Did you, Salty? Why did you let Luke in? I told you about this. Oh my god. I told you never again. You yelled at the shark. Listen, I've killed a shark. Watch this. Look at this. I have its head right here. I can wear its head. Munch, munch. Munch, munch. Now I am the shark. Look, we are cousins. We are cousins now because I am a shark as well. Wow. What a coincidence. You say that you are a shark, and that is me. Okay. I still don't have a hook. I need a hook. Do you think that the shark will fall for it? I don't think he fell for it. Or you could say he took the bait. Either one. Depends on your perspective. What do we need? We need a fishing rod again so that we can catch some fishies, but mostly we need a plastic hook. What plastic hook? Number 1, the plastic hook. Nobody can survive on a ship without a plastic hook. Number 13. What do I need? I need fish. I'm so hungry. LOL, that scared me? Question mark? Listen, this game scared me a few times, Ripshy. Now listen, Ripsy, you are a baby. But this game is kind of scary. Number 15, fishing rod. One whole rod of fish. The last thing you want in your Berber bean bud lettuce is a hook. But that's exactly what you'll find, and you'll be hooked for life. There's MSG in Burger King burgers, and that will hook you. I actually, I'm a big fan of MSG, by the way. Big fan. Love the little packets of it with ramen noodles. Love some cheap Chinese food. MSG is delicious. Doesn't have the same downsides as salt. Yes, please. Kind of slaps, to be honest. To be honest, could we get more MSG, please? We got any MSG in the chat? Wait a minute. I'm just gonna eat some beets. Hey! Who hit me? How dare you? How dare you? I'm trying to survive out here. I'm like, I'm barely surviving. I don't even have it. I don't even have all my tools back yet because I was attacked by a stupid boar. Okay, I'm still trying to recover. I'll never financially recover from this. Listen, listen. Boar. Yes, a boar. It was Pumbaa. Pumbaa attacked me. Simba was laughing. Timon helped him. A boar attacked me and nearly shattered my 2 legs. My femur was unfortunately shattered, but I patched it together with some duct tape. And a little bit of duct tape as well. There we go. Get some delicious plastic. Mmm. We stand shattered femur. Wait, what? I promise it wasn't shattered before. I promise that just happened on the stream, all right? It just happened. I'm getting a wooden spear because I've got to defend myself. I'm a Texan. So I've got to get a weapon to defend my home base. My family lives on this ship, you guys. I have to defend my family. Family of myself and my shark head. My shark head, it does whisper to me occasionally. So I feel like it's kind of its own creature, right? Boing, boing. Wait a second. You can't stand on a shattered femur? Hey, I knew we'd wear the shark head. It was only a matter of time, all right? I couldn't figure out how to do it. It wasn't that I didn't want to, it's that I couldn't figure it out, okay? Oh, listen, never explain through malice what you can explain with stupidity, okay? That's how I look at all human matters. Never chalk it up to malice. Just think that they're dumb. Gimme. Barrel. Does that box say free to a what? No, it does not say anything. It says Jedi, can you read? Wait a minute. I think we're gonna have to cancel this whole mod meeting thing. Here we go. I'm gonna have to read the menu for you. Ooh, decoration package, metal ore. Back in we go. Get back in the water. Get out of the water. Okay, we're good. All right, everybody calm down. Safe as can be. Treasure aboard. All right. Where'd that? Oh, it's sinking. Oh, we just lost a whole scarecrow's worth of loot. Ooh, look at that crate. Ooh, I'd love that crate. Can we get that? Come over here. Come over here, my lovely.
Aye. Avast, there be a crate off the starboard bow.
Mr. SpongeBob!
Mr. Krabs.
Open up that decoration package, boy. Aha! I knew it was sent by Plankton. Mr. Krabs, how did you figure it out?
What is this music? That was very random. Why is the music playing? Stop! Stop! I was enjoying a nice peaceful ride through the ocean. Hey, how was the birthday with Nigel? The what? Birthday? Nigel? OC don't have a birthday yet, and I don't have a birthday either. My birthday's in May. My birthday's May 2nd. May 2nd, we're gonna do a special stream, and then that weekend, we're gonna do a 24-hour one. Big moment, big stream. 24 hours of early madness. It's been some time since I've done a 24-hour stream, but we're getting back to it, you guys. I've already made a schedule, as you can see below. And, please see below. I have a schedule now. A schedule that I'm gonna try to keep up with you guys. I'm getting serious about streaming, you guys. Now that Twitch still isn't paying me, I think it's about time to get serious. You know what I'm saying? Eat them potatoes. Oh wait, we don't need potatoes, we need water.
I need water. I'm starving out here for some water. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, fill her up, please. Don't mind if I do.
Still no pay? Nope. Twitch is being a real turd. Twitch is rather turdly. Oh, I gotta fight. Listen, I tweeted at them now. I've done all the things. I've submitted tickets. I've sent tweets. But you see, I'm still out here. I'm still out here, you guys. I ain't abandoning y'all. I ain't abandoning y'all just because of some money. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, though. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a little bit of revenue away from Twitchies, and I got an idea. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get some stickers printed out, and I'm gonna fulfill them myself. I've done fulfillment before because of my sister's company, and I am gonna do my own fulfillment of stickers, and eventually I may print them myself, but right now I'm just gonna order them, and then I'll do the shipping, and I'll do the fulfillment. So if y'all want to support me that way, then I will give you that opportunity. And you can actually get something. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Also, I can make them cheaper. I can make them cheaper, and I can somehow make more of a profit off of them. What the heck? It's ridiculous. Do you want me to DM my Twitch staff contacts? I mean, you literally could. You literally could. My payments are suspended. And it says, so like, what it says is, your payment is suspended. You need to change your payout settings, or like or something like that. I could show you the screenshots. It says you need to change your payout information, but as soon as I click on change payout information, it says you need to contact Twitch support to change anything. So I'm kind of stuck. There's kind of nothing I can do. Let's see. But yeah, we'll figure it out. I mean, this is just like a temporary setback, a small frustration. Thankfully, I'm okay. But I do gotta say, paying taxes, paying taxes hurt. Oh, here we go. You'll literally cause a problem. It will not be the first time. Won't be the last. Ripsy's going savage mode. Ripsy, listen, if you're batting for me, I'd feel a lot better about it. Let's go. So I'm pretty sure. How do I drink this? Oh yeah, okay. I'm kind of forgetting these keys. I'm thinking we need a cook pot, right? I want to learn how to cook.
When do I get to learn how to cook?
And also iron scraps. Oh, we just need bolts. Oh, I had bolts on me whenever I died from that pig. Oh, thank you, Salty. It's very thoughtful of you. You don't gotta. I haven't been talking too much about it because it honestly doesn't like matter. It needs to be resolved, but that's kind of like my thing. Like I need to keep bugging them about it. But I ain't gonna stop streaming just because of a money thing. Just listen, I love hanging out with you guys. This is my life. My life is playing games with my friends. I'm not gonna stop just because of some silly systematic problem. It does matter. Yes. I shouldn't have said that. I did. You did a weird thing and you don't know how to feel about it? You said I did and weird thing? Or are you saying you did a weird thing? What did you do? What did you do?
Callie, what? Can you tell me what you done wrong?
Callie, what are you hiding behind your back? Callie, show me. Show me. Can I make more nets? Need rope and nail. Fang and bone. Rope and nail. There we go. Get rid of all the palm leaves. They're worthless anyway.
No bother. I'm about to get rid of every single bee in this town.
You poured milk before the cereal. That is... Listen, it's weird enough that you put milk in your cereal, but the fact that you put it in first... Oh. You guys, could we get a quick ban for Callie, please? We got any mods in the chat that can ban Callie really quick? Just to send a message. Bonk. Here we go. Look at this long line of goodies. Look at this. We've got a treasure wagon. Treasure wagon, zooming along. Let's see. So we're already going with the wind. I guess the only thing that we need to do now, we're gonna have to get some more wet bricks. We don't have enough wet bricks in this chat. Here we go. Thank you, Jedi. We could also build some more stuff because I think we got wood. Oh, we got wood, all right. We got almost 3 stacks. Sheesh. 3 stacks of wood. What are you gonna do with all that wood? I think I'm gonna build a house. Oh, you can build little roped off areas. Rope it up, just in case. Nice and safe. I wish that you could upgrade, ooh, you can make diagonal ones too. Nice. All right. Maybe we'll leave that alone for now, because I want to still... Wooden pillar. Provide support for additional floors. So there's roofs, pillars, walls. These are just triangle walls, and some stairs or ladders. So what are we going to do? A raised floor. A floor raised to the height of a wall. That's not the height of a wall. That's kind of short.
It's kind of short.
Well, we could expand our ship. We could make a mighty raft indeed. But the thing that we really need to focus on is going to an island so that we can pick up some sand and stuff, because we need those bricks. We need to be able to smelt. Aha! An island. Can't hide from me, Island Chan. Unfollows. You what? Also, I didn't know that you had that emote. What? Calico, when did you get that emote? Oh my god. Callie, what the heck? What the ever-loving heck? No! You stupid fish! You stupid cursed fish! Okay, there we go. Alright. We need land on this island. There we go. Ta-da! Now we're stuck. Now we can't leave. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Now, let's see if we can find some grub on this island. Rub-a-dub-dub. Where's the grub? Pineapple. Anybody looking for a delicious pineapple pizza? Fruit's the best because it gives you hydration as well. It's absolutely stellar. Look at his ship. Pineapple sucks, to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't entirely disagree with you. Pineapple is very, very acidic, and it hurts my mouth. It hurts my mouth parts. It makes me big sad. I don't really like pineapple. But pineapple on a pizza is very sweet. And that's okay sometimes. I'm okay with pineapple on a pizza if there's a little bit of it. Sometimes. But yeah, in general, I'm with you. I don't love most tropical fruits, to be honest. I know that that's heresy, but tropical fruits they're a little tangy. They're a little tangy. As my grandma would say, they have a little wang to them. That's what listen, that's my grandma's words. Don't blame me, okay? She would say that they've got a little wang. Let me put that right. I wanna put it right next to the other one. That's as good as a yeah. Let's see. We'll put some salt on that. Put some salt on that meat. Give it a little wang. My grandma is crazy. That should be. Listen, I've probably got enough material for a stand-up routine with my grandma. My grandma is. I could just start every joke with, my grandma is crazy. Grandma is totally awesome. She is absolutely bonkers in the best way. Boing, boing. I'm gonna get, maybe we should make a tree chopping tool. We could do that, but the main thing that we need to do is collect some sand. We need sand and clay to be able to create bricks. Bricks are the basic building block of everything in nature.
I can't breathe underwater because I'm not a fish.
Bonk. Now, my grandma is crazy, but she did teach me how to get a little wang. Listen, my grandma may have been crazy, but she knew her way around the, around the kitchen. Why do we need Dream, Kenny? Who? What, Dream the Minecrafter? What are you talking about? I don't know too much about Dream. Is that who you're talking about? Talking about Dream.smp? Zoot? I don't know. You tell me. You're the one that clearly knows more about them than I do. We need Dream to give you somebody to wonder why we need them. Does that even make any sense? Listen, Dream's purpose is for you to have somebody to ask about why they exist. His real name is Clay. Okay. I guess that makes sense. That his name would be Clay, wouldn't it? Ooh, watermelon. Tasty. All right. I'm just trying to survive out here, but this stupid fish is really causing me problems. Imagine having Clay as your name. I don't like to. So please don't make me. Apologies to all Clays. I don't know if I know a Clay. Clay just sounds like a kind of typical name. Doesn't conjure up too many bad ideas. It just makes me think of somebody shotgunning a beer. Hey, Clay! Yo, man, are you wasted right now? Oh, yeah. Dude, Clay's on the... Get off! Clay's on the keg! Clay, stop! I want to kill that fish. Come here, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill this shark. I'm gonna stab it. But the problem is, oh wait, we could get shark bait, couldn't we? Wait a minute. Shark bait, how does that work? You catch a couple of fish, put it on a rope. Now my grandma is crazy, but she did teach me how to get a little wang. That doesn't even... That's so awful. Shark bait, hoo-ha! Shark bait, hoo, badoo, badoo. Shark bait, hoo! I am the shark bait, but it doesn't work. And I can't kill him. See, because I can't use myself as bait, because he'll just eat me to death. But I need that stupid shark to be closer to my boat. Oh my god. I'm just gonna grab all of my stuff that I use to make stuff. And I'm gonna fashion myself a fishing rod.
Fashion myself a rod for fishing. Sometimes bait isn't meant to live.
Oh, what? Listen, I have to survive. What's the point of me dying? Listen, what's the point if we just end up dying? Eh? Answer me that. Riddle me that. Riddle me that, Ripsy. What's the point if you just die at the end of it? Yahoo! Now I'm gonna axe this whole island.
Here we go. Take it down.
Hey, Vio, what's up? Baba Booey! Hey, Vio's here. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we were lost without you, Vio.
Oi, oi. Vio.
Ah! Thank you for the kisses. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Vio, I hope that you've been having a good time. I missed you. I missed you. I've been gone for like an entire week. My bad, my bad. Oi, oi, oi. Bonk. We're building a ship. We're building a ship. We're out in the ocean. We're out in the ocean. Searching for sharks. Trying to kill some fish, you know. You know how it goes. I wish that I could just pluck these palm trees. These little palm-looking branches off of there, but I don't think we're allowed to. There he is. The foul beast. Ocean time. Oh, heck yes. Oh, heck yes. We're going to Galveston. We're going to Galveston, to the Gulf of Mexico. Beautiful, clear oceans. Ah, nothing like it. Freezing cold water. You can see straight to the bottom. No trash. Hello? Hello? Could you bite my boat, please? I want to kill you. Bait the shark with your body? That's not how it works. If you could, like, jump into the water and it made the shark, like, attack your boat, that would be a thing. Is this Kingdom Hearts if they actually went on the raft? I wouldn't know. I've never played Kingdom Hearts. I've never played any of those games. Are they any good, Ripsy? Are you a fan? You a fan? Listen, I just can't take a game seriously if Goofy's the main character. I mean, it's in the name. I need to eat food. Spoilers, they don't get on the raft. No! How dare you? That's my favorite part of the story. You just spoiled it. It's the most important moment. Biggest moment is the raft decision, and it causes little effects throughout all of the games. Okay, we still need more clay. I'm so scared to go in this water though. This shark is absolutely trouble. We kind of need to kill him because I don't think that we're gonna get anything done if we don't. Can I make a? Ooh, we could make a fishing rod while we. Yeah, we could do fishing while we wait for the shark. But I kind of need more palm branches, don't I? Is it palm trees that I actually need? No, I need rope. Okay, so I'm really close. I just need a tiny bit more. Maybe I can just hook that over there. I think there's 2. We need 2. Can I get that? Ooh. Come here. No! I missed. I missed again. Missed again. Oh! Sharky. He's not that close to dying yet. 2, 3. You can only hit him 3 times, I think. And he can't break my boat very fast. This shark is camping this spot. It's like they don't know D&D etiquette. You what? Listen, I said that I rested. I took a short rest, but this shark won't change his location. Look, I've been rolling real bad. I'm starving. Starving Marvin. I'm gonna have to eat my mangoes. My most precious mango. Can't believe it. We're fighting mango and eating mango at the same time. I will eat a coconut. And I guess we need to get one more palm branch, and then we can make a, let's see. Can you make a bed on the raft? Good question. I think you can, but it might just be for pretty. Lets you sleep through the night. Can be used to revive incapacitated friends. Reviving in the bed provides you with more health. That's cool. But you need 3 nails, as every good bed should have. Every good bed has 3 nails that one pokes up into the back of your neck, one pokes into the bottom, your bottommost vertebrae, and then the last one is on your pinky toe of your left foot. And that's how you get the best night's sleep. You have a friend named Mango? What, a human friend named Mango? Is that true? There are humans named Mango? I kind of like that. A little fruity, but who am I to say? Ooh, come here, fish. Give me a suspicious fish. Yeah, that's right. Bite my boat. Bite my boat. I freaking dare you. Come over here.
Hey, come back to me. I want to kill you.
Come on, fish. Come on, big fish.
Yes. Come here.
I definitely can make a bed. That's a good point, LSR. I'll have to collect more stuff though. Maybe I stopped a little soon. Maybe I was a little hasty. But now I just really want to get like 1 brick. If I can just get 1 brick off this island, I will feel so happy. It's his nickname because his given Vietnamese name is difficult for some folks to say. Ooh, I can understand that then. I can understand that. Listen, I give usernames nicknames, even if they're in English and they're hard to say. There's too much work. Where's the fish? Get your stupid fish buns over here. Yeah, you're right there. Attack my boat. Attack you. Don't attack me. Attack my boat so I can kill you. And he moves so fast, he can make it around the island so easily. You know, the first Kingdom Hearts game was trying to get Sephiroth. They were trying to get him from Final Fantasy into the game, but they couldn't keep him because of a license dispute. You what? You freaking what? Is Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts connected somehow? Those are both series that I haven't played, like, any of the games. I've played, I guess, more Final Fantasy than I have Kingdom Hearts. Dang, what am I supposed to do? Hey, Sephiroth. Oh. Made by the same company. Square Enix? And who makes that? Oh, music's kind of jamming. Is Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts connected somehow? It's like asking if Disney is connected. What? No, it's not. Listen, Disney's one company. I didn't know that they were in the same company. Stop. Listen, I'm just saying. One of them seems a lot more serious than the other one. Final Fantasy seems like a million times more serious. And then the other one's just like a kid's game with Mickey in it. Shall we open the dark door? Time to summon the Dark Lord. Bonk. Oh gosh. A demon just showed up from the Shadow Realm, Mick. They're both serious? I guess so. I guess they are. They both tackle a lot of important geopolitical issues, and that I should not pick on. The wet brick. Sometimes I feel like a wet brick. We need one more sand. One more sand will do. But I did pick up all 3 of the Kingdom Hearts games because I do want to like understand them. I wanna play and understand it, but I don't know if I could ever take it seriously. I don't get how you could take it seriously, but I don't know. Maybe it'll surprise me. I've been surprised before. I didn't think that I'd be able to take Dad Legs seriously in Onward, but it was a pretty good movie. So who knows? Maybe I'll be surprised and I actually care about Goofy's arc. What is this? Is this just a rock? Bonk. Oh, it's metal. Ooh, let's grab 2 of them then. Let's grab both. Nice. Out. Must get to oxygen. Did we get any sand yet? A little bit. Nice, it's 2 more bricks. That means that we have 3 total out of 5, I believe. Okay, we're just harvesting by this water.
And after we harvest enough for a few bricks, then we'll be out of here.
We're back on the high seas.
In fact, I'm gonna be tempted to go back on the high seas right now, but we definitely need to place these bricks because they have to dry. It takes a while. Boing. We'll double check what it takes. All right, and he ought to attack us now because we've been off the boat for a while. Don't rock the boat. Fill with fresh water. Cup of fresh water, okay. There you go, get that going. We're gonna need some food in a little bit, but first, I wonder if you can eat seeds. That would make sense. Yeah, we have 1 brick in here, right? Where is it? Where's my brick? Do I have it on me? Where's the brick? No, did I have it on me whenever that pig killed me? No, why would I bring that? I don't see it now. We've researched 1 brick. No. Where's my brick? Okay, well, we got 2 bricks now anyway. And what does it take to make a proper smelter? We need 6 bricks. 6 bricks, scrap, and nail. Okay. We got 2 bricks, so we still need 4 more. Oh, you just downloaded the trilogy yourself on the Switch. Ooh, nice. The Herald trilogy. Have you played any of them before, LSR? What do you think about them? Okay, can I just sneak some of these goodies real quick before this stupid shark comes over here? Because if we can't get some of this, I was gonna say we might have to relocate. Come back. Well, I mean, we won't come back, but wait, are there 2 sharks? That would explain why they can bite me so easily. The Kingdom Hearts games are actually worth it. You should try to at least play them. Because the storyline in all 3 is actually very good.
Very good, you say. Well, maybe I will.
I bought them, but I figured out a long time ago that buying something is not a very good motivation for me to play it. I've tried to bully myself into playing a lot of things just from buying it, and figured out I don't care about money as much as I should. You liked them and only played 1 and 2. Oh, you're gonna replay them and then play the 3rd. Nice, for the big finale. For the big finale. Spoiler alert, Star Wars characters show up and shoot everybody. It could happen. Could happen. It's my headcanon. Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy. I've played a little bit of the 7th one. Somebody gave me the 7th remake. I couldn't even finish it. I'm sorry. I don't know. Might just not be my style of game. I'm not big into turn-based games at all. So that's why I think Kingdom Hearts has a better chance. Because there ain't no strategy in that game. Okay, I think it's time to leave. What's all this tea? What are you sipping all this tea for, Callie? What? What's all this tea in the chat? Oh my goodness. My goodness, Callie, you better get those sippies out of here. Twitch broken? What, is Twitch broke? What happened? Hey! Final Fantasy 15 is the only Final Fantasy that you've beaten, and the amount of Final Fantasies people that hate me is wild. Is that the one where all the dudes are in the car? Is that the one with the car? I'm pretty sure, right? Right? Because 14, I thought that you played 14 as well. Does 14 not count anymore? That game does look funny. That game does look fun and funny. If there's any one that I wanted to play, I'd do that one. I mean, does 14 like not count as a game essentially? That would make sense since it's just like it's just an MMO, you know? It's an MMO. I'm sure most people don't count it as like a mainline entry, right? You've never truly beaten it. Oh, I see. I see. See, the way to beat Final Fantasy 14 is to uninstall it. I'm gonna eat some potatoes. Even though you can cook things with potatoes, I don't have a cooking pot or recipes yet, so we need a... Sharks after us. It's actually terrifying. Hey, Detective Rach, what's up? You caught me while I was in my box. We're in my box, floating on the open ocean. How are you doing, Rach? Oi, 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 it's good to see you. I missed y'all so much. I've been gone for a week. I don't know if you noticed, but I sure did. Can't go on a break like that no more. I ain't the young man that I used to be. I can't go on a break from Twitch like that. I thought I could do it. I thought I could weather the storm, but it's not the same no more. Can't handle it. It's too much for me. Too much for my body. Here we go. Ungodly amounts of hours in this game. Oh yeah, in 14? I mean, in 14, I didn't even like getting things done. I was busy fishing most of the time. In 14, I was fishing and gambling. Those are my two favorite things to do. Or I guess not specifically fishing, more just like doing the side jobs, the like gathering jobs and the blacksmithing jobs and stuff like that. That's what I loved. I loved the crafting stuff, collecting stuff, and gambling all my money away. I can say without a doubt that I gambled in that game and it made me want to gamble in real life. I've already been to the casino once. Stay away from Final Fantasy. It encourages bad habits. Bonk. All right, nice. Our nets are set. We got our net set. Everybody ready to jet set? Got our net set, gonna jet set. Pet. The reason that I did the thing was deleted was the oat milk was in the fridge downstairs and the cereal you wanted to eat was upstairs. You had to do the questionable thing. That is the story of my crime. It gets worse. It got worse, Calico. Initially, Calico said that they poured milk into the bowl before the cereal, but it's even worse because you walked up the stairs with a bowl of milk? What? Did you walk up the stairs with a bowl of milk? That's even worse than I could have imagined. And why is there cereal in your bedroom? I mean, I guess I can't be picking on that though, because I do sometimes keep cereal in my stream room. So I can kind of understand that. But walking up the stairs with a bowl of milk is really funny. I really, I really like the visual on that one. The story didn't make it better. Jedi's mad. How dare you? Look at all this free junk. You dropped an entire bowl of cereal onto your carpet yesterday? Time to hoover it. You gotta turn into a hoover. Just kidding. If I drop food on the carpet, it's so much worse. KP, what's up? KP, I missed you. Oi, welcome back. Oi, welcome back to... That's not the name of this stream. I was just excited about killing that shark. Get back over here. Get back over here, you big ol'... It's PG-13 now, right? Butthead. Get over here. You love the hat? Oh, thank you. It's to keep my ears from sunburning. Thank you. But I'm glad that you think that it's fashionable as well.
Fashionable as well. Here we go, here we go.
Yum, 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 yum. It fell face down too. Oh no. So whenever you remove the bowl, it was just a pile of cereal underneath it. Oh no. I wonder what's the most like... I'm trying to think about what I've dropped on the ground that's irrecoverable. What is an irrecoverable food item that you can drop on the ground? I mean, if you drop a jelly on bread and it falls face down, that's a real bummer. But I guess it depends on the surface it falls onto. Soup? Okay, yeah, soup. Pudding? I mean, I feel like you could slurp up some pudding. Chili cheese fries? What? You can't recover that? Listen, I think that I just got really low standards. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'd eat all this stuff off the floor. 1900 days? You what? Food physics studies? Oh yeah, because it's heavier. It's heavier on the jelly side. Physics make it flip. It's like a cat. It always lands on its feet, and its feet are made of jelly. Of course. Disgusting, isn't it? Playtime? Who? 19... What? Hey, Siri. What is 1,910 times 24? 45,000 hours? That doesn't seem possible. That doesn't seem possible. What are you talking about? How is that playtime? Days? It's 45,000 hours. I don't think that's possible. 5 years of straight playtime? I don't even think that you could do that. What? Okay, that was close. Hey! The victory fire, what's up? How are you doing? We could use a fire right now. It's getting cold and it's rain. It's possible, but, like, scary. Listen, I don't know if it's possible. Listen, I'll believe you if you say it's true. I will believe you and doubt you at the same time. Anything that gets dirt stuck to it when you pick it up. I've dropped a sucker, and when I picked it up, it had hair on it. See, yeah, dirt, not so bad. Hair, that's really gross. That's really gross. Why is there hair on the kitchen floor? Mom, what have you been cooking? Mom, what? Oi, 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 oi. Your dad knocked a glass bottle of ginger ale onto the kitchen floor. It landed perfectly on its bottom, and the cap popped off. Soda geysered out of the bottle and went all over the kitchen and the ceiling. It also sprayed my dad in the face. I got him. Nice. Listen, that soda bottle it went out doing what it loved. Spraying your dad in the face. Nice. Okay, how am I dying? Oh, I need water. I need water.
I need water. I'm starving for water. Somebody please give me some fresh water. I'm just surviving on potatoes now.
I'm only at like 454 days. Oh, only? Oh, okay. Ripsy, you kind of... Okay, I didn't know that you were new. Okay. Oh, that's fun. I guess. I mean, you're like starting to get the hang of it, right? Right? Yeah. Also, victory fire. Oi, 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 oi. How have I been? I've been fantastic. I've been doing so well. Listen, life is good, my friend. Life is good. I'm so glad to see you. I've been, I just got back from a little break hanging out with my boyfriend, and that was fantastic. Very, very happy. Very, very happy with our relationship right now. Very satisfied. Bonk. It is very unusual. It is very unusual for me to feel satisfied. I normally am like worried about something but with relationship, I'm like not even worried about anything. It's weird. It's weird and slightly uncomfortable. Who did that? Demi, hey, listen. Bye-bye. Hey, what? You don't want to hear my stories? Fine. Fine, sea shanties it is. Way, hey, and what the frick is that over there? Hang on, wait a second. Nothing. Listen, that barrel, we were going to run into it anyway, but I don't care. But I don't carol. We're going over this way. We're going over this way. I want to go over to that, ooh, I don't know if we'll be able to go there, but we can try. Let's go. You had to re-listen to the clip because you thought that I had said something else. I what? Me? Something else? No. No, Linz. Stream's PG-13, not rated R. Holy moly. Yoo-hoo! Lynn's really out here wanting the stream to become, what is it called? In a 60B or whatever it's called. It's called MR18, MR21, what is it called? NC17, that's what it is. NC17 stream right now. BRB, okay, we'll see you in a second, Ripsy. See you in a second. You got yourself an SO, it's true. It's true, and he's a streamer too. You should follow him. Since it's PG-13 now, we could talk about committing tax evasion. Oh, we've been talking about that the whole time, VO. Those stupid kids didn't get it anyway. We could talk about anything that kids don't understand. What would we do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Way, hey, and up she rises. Way, hey, and up she rises. Way, hey, and up she rises early in the morning. What are you gonna do with a big old shark head? What you gonna do with a big old shark head? What you gonna do with a big old shark head early in the morning? Put him on my head and call my... I don't know. Put him on my head and call my mama. I'm gonna... Whoa. Hey! Stop! I want to make an encore. An encore! Encore. There we go. Hooray! Onto the island we go! To the island of doom. Ooh. It said Star Cargo. Never noticed that it had little wordies on it. Thanks. Stuck in my head for days now. You're welcome. Listen, I will sing these shanties until you die. They defeated taxes the old-fashioned way. Tax evasion. Finally. Finally, tax evasion. Although I never heard the shave his belly with a rusty razor version, but then again, I was in Boy Scouts. We had different terminology. I, however, will stick to the family-friendly version for now. Shave his what with a what? You shave his what with a what? Bobby, put down that razor. Sorry, Dad. The song said for me to do it. Oh! Shave your what with your what? You better get that away from me. Won't. Oh, I already knocked down the tree. Ooh, watermelon. We can eat this watermelon. We can use this watermelon. Oh, I already have mango. Mango. Mango eat. Mango eat. Dang it, Bobby. God dang it, Bobby. Boing, boing. You are not a drunken sailor. You are not a drunken sailor, boy.
Yes, I am, Dad.
Ooh. I just got a... Let's throw these out. Grab the veggie soup. Soup. Are we supposed to die? Oh no! Oh, I did not mean to fall off that. That was frightening. Okay. Well, I saw the shark. Not being so sneaky out there. I see you. You demon. You water demon. Ooh. Got veggie soup, a recipe that can be cooked in a pot. I wonder what the ingredients are. Why am I pointing? You. If I was playing co-op, you could just hold any recipe and just point at them.
You will be the veggie soup. You will be the first ingredient.
4 potatoes. Is that 4 beets in a potato or 4 beets and 4 potatoes? Soup. You are the soup. I will point at this shark if it runs into me. You are actually the soup. We do not need potatoes or beets. We have you. You are the soup. You are the Super Mario. Soup.
Oi, oi, Scott B. Welcome to the stream, my friend. It's good to see you. Scott B.
The scottiest bee on the internet. Aw. Scotty, bee me up. Surely you've heard that one before, right? Right? Maybe I've already said that one before. Oi, Scott, how have you been? I missed all of y'all. I took a little break. Bonk. Scotty, beat me up. Bonk.
Sand. I was just getting hungry.
Anybody want some sand? If you don't want sand, I'm gonna point at you and call you soup. What's that noise? Is there a shark playing a piano down here? Ooh, giant clam. Wait a minute. That's just its own thing. It's just a clam. It's not all about the pearls in this game. It's all right. She's the most annoying SpongeBob character anyway. Bon. Also, we looking healthy, so we could take a bite. I mean, we could take a bite out of... I mean, we could get bit. I could get bit right now. But there's nobody to bite me anymore. Up we go, up we go, up we go. How do we live? Hey, Satyr Cascading, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. You're the IRL friendo of Yellow Flower? of Anti-Dark-Art, right? Isn't that you, Satyr? I think so. Right. Bonk. Pearl isn't annoying. She just wants to go to the Boys Who Cry concert. I'm trying to remember what the name of that... What's the name of the little skinny tan fish? What's his name? I'm trying to remember his name. SpongeBob. SpongeBob, you can't go to the party with me. Yeah, Kelsey and I? Yeah. Okay. See, I know exactly who you are. Oi, Satyr, it's good to see you. Hope you've been doing good. I've actually been a little bit busy. I haven't been here for like an entire week. Oof.
I was hanging out with my boyfriend.
Where'd all those packages go? That Amazon delivery guy sure is suspicious. Boing, boing. Ooh. Hiya, Kim. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Wait, what? Where's Kim? Soup. I'm dying. I'm dying again. Oi, look at our beautiful ship. Wow. We built that all by ourselves? Wow. Good looking ship. Whoa. Wood. Okay, where's the shark? There should be a shark that's trying to eat us, but I'd love to get a little bit more sand, to be honest. Just gonna hang out in this water, make some wet bricks. That sounds a little suspicious. Making wet bricks in the ocean. Oi, let me just get off this ship. I need to make a wet brick right now. Is there any... Ooh, some more sand down here. Bonk. You've seen better ships? Oh, I bet you have. You're a big fan of the Riku Sora ship yourself? Sora, is that another Final Fantasy remix Hearts game? I thought Sora's Kingdom Keyblade, right? Sora's the one with the hair and the Keyblade, right? With the big shoes. Let's see. Ooh, we just need one more wet brick. What the heck? Why do we only have one? Hey, did I just drop a wet brick? Where did it? I just made one. I just made a second one. Why? Where is my? What? Do they not stack? I just made another wet brick. What the heck? Where are my bricks? Dude. I don't know what to do. Do I need to place them? Oh boy. Well, let's make it back to our ship anyway. You've been heckin' busy, so you haven't been able to watch any streams for a little while. Oof. You just had your wedding though. Aww. And you both changed your jobs. Plus, you finished your basement. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. You're doing home improvement, marriage, 2 new jobs. Oh my God. That is so much. Holy moly. Holy moly. I'm glad that you're taking a break. It sounds like you need one. Holy moly. What a busy bean. Well, I, for one, am proud of you for getting all that stuff done. Holy moly. I could only imagine getting that much stuff done. Oof. There we go. I feel pretty good in a day if I just get up on time. Sheesh. Ooh, wait a minute. Let the shark bite your buns. Wait, what? Who let that past? That's not PG-13. That's wildly inappropriate. Demolion, please remember who watches these streams, okay? Sensitive people. Only sensitive people. So please, watch your mouth. Me. I know it's you. Who else? Oh, look, we still got 2 bricks. Well, I'm very sensitive. Is that true? Ripsy sure talks tough. Ooh, mango seed. Don't really need that, though. Who needs a mango seed? Not me. Okay, let's keep that on me. Is that clay? No, that's copper. Wow. Put that right there, put that right there, put that right there. Say something mean to me. Find out. What? No, I would never. And I've never. I would never, have never, shall never. How dare you. I save all of my insults for IRL. If you come on over to TwitchCon, I'll give you some insults, but then you can see the big smile on my face when I say them. We're gonna need a new hook. We're gonna need a new hook in a second. What do we make? Yeah, there we go. Now we got 2 hooks. 2 hooks, dual hooks. Hooked up. Oh, oh, oh. No, you stupid fish. You stupid fish, get lost. You know, but chat needed to know. It's true. Everyone should be held accountable. Now we're not deleting any of the messages. Because we want everybody to see what you did. What did you do? You saw a meme of a book over a comeback, and my favorite one was talk to the booty because the hand off duty. Yeah, because you're supposed to say talk to the hand. And then, yeah, the other one is you stick out your butt, and then you say talk to the booty because the hand's off duty. Yeah, that's one that we used to say all the time when we were kids. My mom, like, at first thought it was hilarious, and then she was like, y'all need to stop that. And we're like, talk to the booty. Let's go. Boing. I'm trying to remember. I could have swore that there was another one. There's like talk to the hand. And then there's like another stage of hand talking, but I can't remember what it was. Whee! Ooh, a hidden cave. What have we got here? Two little nobbles. Nobbles on this wall. All right, we only need a little bit more sand. Talk to the elbow because you're not worth the extension. You what? You what? Oh my God, that's a little too low. We would have never said that. We would have never said that as kids. We were not hateful. Oh my goodness. Talk to the fist because the face is pissed. You what? The face is pissed. Wait, what? What happened to the face? What happened to your face? Why is it so mad? Why is your face mad in particular? I don't understand. You can also get some like oxygen tanks in this game so that you can swim further and stuff. That was an edgy teenager line. Oh my, I wasn't allowed to say the P word. Cancel my subscription because I'm over your issues. Ooh, this is giving me some 90s energy right now. I don't like it. I don't like it. I can see spiky hair. I see the spiky hair now. Get that out of here. Ooh, this water looked kind of pretty though. Any more goodies? Ah, nice. We're almost done. You had a bowl cut in the 90s? Nice. I had friends with bowl cuts. Sweet, sweet chili bowl kids. Oh my goodness. They had the snottiest noses. They had the most peanut buttered lips and noses probably. Do 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 do. Okay. Where's that shark at? Uh-oh. Thank you, I guess. Listen, peanut butter is delicious. I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you. Oh, Lord, I had a bowl cut, too. And several of those slap bracelets. Oh, the ones where you went... And it would, like, it would slap directly onto it. Those kind of hurt a little bit. I experienced both slap bracelets and... I'm thinking... like the biggest trends, slap bracelets, Heelys. Heelys was a little bit later, I think. And then silly bands. I saw all of those. What an epic journey. What a life. What a life I've led. What do these do? These give you food. Okay. They kind of pinchy, is that true? Metal slap bracelets were the best and pinchy. Hooray! My pinchy bracelet. Boing. All right, I'm hopping off. Boing, 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 boing. You had Heelys so early, I was the reason that Hobby Lobby banned them. Oh, heck yes. Oh, heck yes. The ones that were in Arkansas? I think that I have a lot of family in Arkansas. Family I'd rather not see. Oh, what? Oh, he just ate my boat. Wait a second. This is actually perfect. That's exactly what I wanted him to bite. Because now we can replace it with something better. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's all right. It's not your fault. Arkansas is your home state? I didn't know that. Wow. I'm learning so much about everybody. Hooray! Wow. So many Arkansasians. Doot. Our boat's looking better already. Arkansas. There you go. If we have like most of the exterior made out of the fancy bricks, then I'll be pleased. I'll be pleased. Policed. Okay, we've got one dry brick. One dry brick for man. One giant wet brick for us all. Can I just throw those palm seeds out? Nice. Da 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 da. Wait! What, Ripsy? What? What? Can't you right click to upgrade? Is this 7 days? This is 7 days, right? I don't think so. Right click pulls up this menu. 7 days building sucks booty. Wait a second. Repair. Replace with wood. Replace with thatch. Replace with solid wood. Oh, wow. Good thinking, Lens. Good thinking. Lens smart. Lens smart. You can upgrade boat and it looks so good. Wow. Lens big brain. All right, bro, you just upgraded my whole ship. That makes it way easier to upgrade stuff that's like underneath things that you've already built. That's sick. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah, my boat looks great. My boat looks fantastic now, and it's all thanks to Lindsay. I'm gonna put all this away. Wood? Why do I have so much wood? What have I done? What did I do to deserve all this wood? Got a lot of rope. Okay, so now. I just realized that my hat looks kind of like Mr. Beast's hat. Except for I'm not saving oceans. I'm just playing video games. Oof.
Sorry, Mr. Beast. I'll do my best. I'll do something someday.
Let's get... Oh, hey! Stop that. He's gonna bite me again. Whoa. Missed me. Missed me. Now you have to kiss me with your teeth. Oof. Let me up. Stupid. No. I feel like we can do it. Boing, 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 boing. Are y'all talking about where y'all live? Thanks for doxing each other. That's great. That's great, you guys. This game looks so stressful. I mean, it can be. It's like semi-zen. It's like half the time you're just riding on a boat, picking up trash, living your best life on your own trash wagon. And then the next moment, you're being chased down by a bloodthirsty shark. Zen adjacent. Yeah. Listen, it's the kind of game that you love to hate. I think we might have to leave again. We might have to leave again and just make another, we're kind of running on empty out here a little bit, you guys. I think it's time to get on the move. Don't you chuckle at me. Listen, I'm gonna do whatever I want. Listen, you're such a funny little person. A funny little person with funny little things to say. We're going this way. We're out of here. We're out of here. This island sucks.
This island sucks.
Away! Now I will drink this fresh water. Mmm. Yum. Nice, 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 nice. We could use a fishing thing. I wonder if you can make fishing nets in this game. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That would change everything. Everything would be changed by that. I'm just looking at what we've researched. This is all fancy stuff that doesn't matter. But what can we look up now? Did you know that you could build a second story? Oh, I knew. Oh, I knew it all right. I'm just being kind of lazy right now. I'm trying to, like, prioritize research a little bit. I really, really want to... Ooh. Hello? Somebody batting on my boat? Hey! Hey, get off my boat! Stupid fish! Okay, wait. I'm making a weapon. That's it. We gotta fight back. Nature fought us, but we're gonna fight it right back. There we go. Now we're ready. But I just learned how to make a clay bowl. It said it's a very good bowl. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. No crappy bowls for me. No chili bowls. All of this is already researched, but I think I have some sand, right? I need to learn how to make sand. How do we sand it up? Oh my gosh, how much clay did we get? Oh wait. This game's very confusing. Look at all this trash. Nice. Trash wagon, let's go. Okay, if you guys can defend the boat for just a... Whoa, look at that. Look at that place. Oh my god. Look at that beautimous island. It's huge. It's huge. Some of this game stuff looks scripted now because it looks fancy. Now that you have a bowl, you can cut your hair, finally. Next time that Opes comes over, we can do a stream of us cutting a chili bowl haircut. It looks like a real fancy island. Like it looks like has story importance. I can see a pig from here. I don't know if y'all can see that, but I saw a pig moving on that island. Who's there? There are pigs. You like the secret tree on top? Ooh, what kind of tree do you think that is? You think we can make it up there? I think we can. We gotta conquer this island. We're gonna conquer this island. We just need an encore. Let me get a encore. We need rock. Nice. Piggy dipping. What? Dipping pig? We're about to dip this pig into the water. Some people dip their pigs in barbecue sauce. Me, I'm just gonna dip it in the ocean and watch it die. It's a TikTok. Oh, dipping piggies. I see. Good. Nice. Fill that up. There'll be plenty of food on this island, I think. And besides, we don't even have a fishing pole. We haven't been fishing for months. Months, I tell you. Nice. Now that's satisfactory. Look, I don't want it to land in the net, okay? This is way more satisfying. I guess I'm gonna let the boat, like, go directly against the shore, I suppose. Why not? Why not? Whee! This boat just looks like a long stick. So I have some beef with you, Kenny. Okay, good. Good, Ripsy. Let's get into it. Let's see what you got. Yeah! No! Gimme. You said, it lives in my head. Some girl's fat cat likes to dip his toes in the water, and she yells, "Piggy dippin'!" Aww! I think I've seen that. Where it dips its little toesies in the water before it drinks it? Piggy dippin'? You never answered my question from this morning. What? Are you talking about the message that you sent me on Discord? Yeah, I saw that there was a notification, but I was freaking busy today, Ripsy, okay? Listen, you don't understand the complicated lifestyle of a streamer. Okay? You just don't understand. Play Tunic a few more times and you'll understand. Let me get up here. Did you ever beat that game, by the way? It looks very adorable. Yo, this island looking kind of fancy, but I'm starving. Where's the food? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll read your message. Do you want me to read it live? I could check it on my phone so that nobody can see it. Oh, I'm gonna eat a potato. Palm seed? Worthless. No, because you suck at it? Yeah, it does look like a very hard game. Not gonna lie. Looks really tough. I've heard that it actually is indeed difficult. That it's like the Dark Souls of cutesy fox puzzle games. Da 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 da. I wanna get some food. Where's the food? Can I eat a white flower? Is this legal? No, I can't eat it. It's worthless. Throwing that white flower out. Guys, I'm starving. Please, somebody send me some food now. It looks like this island just circles up to the top of the volcano. If we make it to the top, do you think it's also weird whenever I'm not on the ocean and I'm in this box? Oh no. New enemy. Oh no. No flighted animal. No flight beast. No. I'm leaving. I don't like it here. It looks like a bird. There's no way that bird is not aggro on me, and I cannot fight that bird right now. I can't even sprint because I'm starving because they won't give me any food because this island is worthless. There's no watermelons. There's no watermelons, and there's no trees that have coconut. This island sucks. Who made this island? Can I eat sugarcane? Okay, let's try smacking this sugarcane. Start smacking these sticks. Was it a pterodactyl? May have been. Looked kind of like a bird, though. I mean, I guess pterodactyls kind of look like birds. It looked like it was maybe... At first, it looked like an owl. Then I got a bit closer. It looked kind of like a hawk. The inspirational music vamping as they're freaking out. Oh, and we're gonna beat that game 1,000 times over. They can't stop us. Because what's holding us back deep down inside is ourselves. And we're gonna find ourselves tooth and bone. What I care about is my friends. My friends are what matters to me. And that's why I've made this boat. So that we can go across the ocean together. Have journeys, struggles. Maybe a pig will eat me. But that's alright with me. Because, oh shoot! What hit me? It's a bird! Oh heck no, I'm going in the ocean. Ocean, take me back. I'm sorry for ever leaving you. I don't like the land no more. I don't like the land. It smells like earth. Yucky. Clay and dirt and rocks. I like the ocean. It's salty like me. Stay away. Where's my food? Okay, are we just supposed to leave? This island sucks. It's just a big spiral up to nothing. It's just a spiral up the mountain that kills you. And I still don't have a fishing pole. What do you need? Rope? Oh my god. We can do this. Make 1 million ropes.
Nice. Now we've got a fishing pole. Now I'm gonna eat a raw fish.
Just kidding, we'll cook it. Beep boop, beep boop. Okay, as soon as we can actually get some food, then I'm gonna fill up some more water because I'm thirsty. I'm so thirsty. Okay, what Ripsy, what'd you send me? Oh boy, oh boy. Ripsy messages, and apparently it's important. Oh, thank you, Lind. I will watch that later. What's your favorite Pokemon? Ooh, that's a good question. Ooh, that's a good question. Callie, what did you send me? Callie, what? What? What is that image that you sent me? Why did you send me a screenshot? What is that? What is that, Calico? I don't know what I'm looking at. Pokemon, favorite Pokemon. Aw, I just noticed the cute little fish on the end of this pole. It's adorable. Pokemon. Oh, I'm dying! I'm dying right now. Wow. Okay, I'm just gonna let that shark pop off right now. Oh, the pretty screenshot. Oh, thank you, Callie. I see what you were doing. I see what you were doing, because I said that the sunset was so... I died! I starved to death. No! No! I've died twice. I'm so glad we're not on hard mode. Woo! Okay, well, listen, we're warming up. We're warming up. I died. Great. Okay, well, I get to respawn on the boat at least. Okay, favorite Pokemon. I really like Pikachu, but it's probably not my favorite. It's too basic. What kind of I'm gonna go fill up my water really quick. I'll be right back. Y'all hang out with this dead freaking guy. Yo, Kodak Zach, no! I was gonna get some. Okay, no break. Never mind. Kodak! Thank you so much for the sub. What the heck? Hey, welcome to the island. How are you doing? Welcome to the island of suds. Thank you so much for your subscription. Muchly appreciated. We're living on a raft right now. Very unsafe, very uneven footing on this thing. Very easy to fall over and get chomped by a shark. It's good to see you, Jack. I mean, Zach. It's Kodak Jack. No! But we're in this small little cardboard box. You're more than welcome to make your own. What the heck? Why am I up here? Here's my, see, in game, we're on a giant, beautiful ship. In real life, we're actually on a cardboard box. I lost everything, didn't I? This sucks, dude. Hey, Callie! Yo, thank you so much for the tier 2. Oi. Oh my god. You guys, thank you so much for the warm welcome back. Oi. Thank you so much for the subscriptions. Ayaya. And it's Mushroom Gal. Hi there, Mushroom Gal. Oi. Welcome. Zoot. How have you been doing? Kodak Zach. Oh, I'm getting chomped. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh yeah, I forgot that whenever you respawn, you have like no health. That's ridiculous. Now I can't get back to my boat. Oh my god. This game is broken. Okay, I think I'm gonna really quick go grab another drink, you guys. You're a tired mushroom. Oh, so sweet. There are mushrooms in this game. Maybe we can grow a mushroom farm. Oi, oi, just remind me. And we can harvest some mushrooms. The fungi female. No, not the fungi female. That ain't right. That ain't right. Don't say that. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave. Which one do y'all want watching over the raft while I'm gone? What, Jedi? No, I'm trying to get some water. Thank you for the hype train. Hey. Oh no, your boat, it's floating away. No, it's not. No, it is not. It has an anchor. It's anchored to the ground. What are you talking about? Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah. Okay, this is a peep that was given to me by Obst, and this is given to me by Lemonberry. They can barely stay up there. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. No! Oh! No typing. Stay still.
Yeah, boy!
Jedi! Thank you so much for the sub! I'll be right back!
My turn, tweeters.
Real talk, very, very excited about the mod meetup. Very excited. Have never got to meet Jedi before. Gonna get to meet Jedi and Husbando, and I already met Alchemic, but I'm gonna get to meet Lind. It's awesome. We're only gonna be missing one mod who lives in Scotland. He lives in Scotland. There's no chance of being able to see that fella. Oi, 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 Sonny, thank you so much. This hype train kind of popping off, though. Holy mackerel. Oh my God, stop that. Okay, hang on. Why is it? Okay, the chat box went away. Nice. Oi, oi, mod meetup when? We're going to be meeting up some month out of the year. I don't remember exactly. Thank you for the hype in the chat. Sonny, I don't know why it's taking forever for it to pop off. Thank you so. Oh, I've been bit. Get the frick out of here, you stupid fish. You stupid fish. I'm not talking to any freshmen in chat. I apologize. And Sonny's a tier 2? What the heck? Ah! Thank you so much. What the heck? So supportive. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you for the warm welcome back. Oh, he's eating one of my nets. My net. The nets are the most important part of the boat, and he's eating them. Oh my God. They're eating him. And then they're gonna eat me too. Oh my God. Wait. We've still got our bricks though. That's what matters. What really matters is bricks. Hey, Scott! Yo! Thank you so much! Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Oh my goodness. Why are all of my alerts so slow? I want to hear it speak. Brian, say something. Oi, can we get some hype in the chat since Brian is shutting up right now? Brian is not making us like excited. So can we get some like hype in the chat instead since it's apparent? Well, wait a minute. Can we? Okay, there we go. There's some hype in the chat. Nice. Oi, 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 oi. Thank y'all so much. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're on this trappy boat, and I don't have a spear yet. We need a spear. A spear, I say. Stab him in the eye. Don't let him live. Hey, Satyr, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh! Now it's going. Hey, there goes Sunnies. Thank you so much, Satyr. That's so generous. Who did it go to? It went to Mars Mud. Hey, nice. We know Mars Mud. That's a good bean. That looked like you chose that person. It looks like you did it on purpose.
You always bring so much joy into my life.
Scott, you're so
awesome
sweet.
Person, Kenny.
I love hanging out with you.
Yeah, boy!
Thank you so much. Y'all bring me so much joy, darn it. Darn it! Mars Mud just subscribed.
Cider
Nice.
Cascading
Mars
gifted a
Mud,
tier 1
Friendo.
sub to Mars Mud.
Friendo extraordinaire. Ooh. Thank you, Satyr. Building. OT! Hey, what's up? It's my buddy OT. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yes.
Thanks to Alchemic
OT.
Refuge for my sub
OT,
gift.
do you want to play Fortnite this weekend? OT.
Do you want to play Fortnite this weekend?
I won't let Brian shut
Yay!
up. Cookie.
Thank you so much.
Cookie. Taco.
Ay. Thank you, Von Chick, for the 100 biddies. Thank you very much to King of Squirrel for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. Taco. Bitties. 1,000 bitties. Taco. OT. More like okay.
Ooh, he said okay. I think that means yes.
Ooh, OT, we're doing it. Were you thinking on Sunday? Salty and Human were talking about it. We were thinking about Sunday. That would be rad. Are we vaping again? No, we are not. You're not allowed to. It's banned. But I am. Yes, I am. I returned to it. Taco. You love a taco. Everybody loves a good taco. My character is perishing. We I can't believe how many times we're dying. We're gonna lose everything again. Wait. Evasive maneuvers. Throw all the stuff in a box. Yeah, now we can't suffer. Okay, back on the sea. Back on the open sea. Open sea for me. This is like baby's first Sea of Thieves, right? Okay, now we die. Hey ho, and up she raises, yay ho, and up she raises, hey ho, and up she rises early in the morning. I'm scared of socializing, so I'm playing Raft instead. Let's go! I played a little bit of Sea of Thieves with Salty and OT, and it was pretty fun. But I think that the game was mostly fun because it was with Salty and OT. Are those blue Skittle emotes? Aw, those are so cute. Can we get a shout out for Blue Skittle? Those emotes are too cute. They're too cute. You guys, go say hi to my friend Blue Skittle. He makes adorable cat emotes. And he draws all the time. It makes like beautiful environments and stuff. A Blue Skittle, yes, they're so cute. They make good art. They have a nice, relaxing voice, and they play Stardew Valley too. They're a good bean. You should go say hi to them. They might be live right now. Hello, Sharky. You can have that. See if I care. We've got to get out of here because I'm starving. I'm starving out here on the open sea. Open sea. Uh-oh. You think there's crypto in these waves? I'm going to grab my stick. There we go. Grab the stabbing stick. Honey, did you forget the stabbing stick? No, honey, I packed that first. That was the first thing that I packed, babe. I know, honey, but we really need the stabbing stick. If we're gonna be going to your in-laws, you like Sea of Thieves, but the only person I played it with was my ex. Oof. Oh, there's a few games like that. I'm trying to remember what I played with my ex one time. I think I played 7 days with my ex. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think I played 7 days with my ex, and that would explain why I didn't like it for too long. Now I like it. Don't worry. Your heart will go on. Your heart will go on, Ripsy, and you will find other pirate friendos. For example, not me. Potato. Potatoes, boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Oh yeah, we just watched the second Lord of the Rings. My boyfriend hadn't seen it. He hadn't seen any of the Lord of the Rings, so the first time he visited, we watched the first one, extended edition, of course. And then now we've watched the second one. We stayed up till 6 a.m. watching that movie. That was a mistake. Potatoes and molasses. Something mama now don't go and ask us if they're tasty and sweet. I don't know the lyrics. Potatoes and molasses If you want some, oh, just ask us. We watched that last October. We should watch it again. It's a mini series that was on Cartoon Network called Over the Garden Wall, and it's very cute and very creepy. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. I'll make you watch it if you're in my Discord. You sing the song constantly. Oh. Okay, but I had potatoes and molasses during my friends group rewatch of that, and God, it's so good? Question mark. Molasses good? I don't know about that. It's so cute. I know. Especially that episode, because there's like a bunch of school children that are bunnies. It's adorable. There's a little bunny schoolgirl. There's little froggies that sing and dance. Oh. I especially like, I like the girl who's sad because her granny rings that bell. That's my favorite character. Molasses is iffy, but it's really good with mashed taters. Sometimes, Ripsy, I can't read things in your voice. Can you say that? Do you say words like that? Because I've never heard you say words like that, I don't think. Taters? Would you say taters in real life? I'd love to have a bit emote of or a bit sound of Ripsy saying taters.
Taters. Taters, precious. You're ruining them. Taters. We like them raw and wriggling.
You live in Arkansas. Arkansas? That's a rock fact. There's so many good quotes in that show. Stop that. Stop that. Palm leaves, yum. Oh, wait. Let's correct our course slightly. There you go. Baked beans and molasses? I don't know about that. That sounds kind of interesting. Sounds a little interesting. Listen, I'm not a real country person. I've never had molasses. Molasses. All right. Now what do we do? Well, I guess we're going to run into that thing. What did I need most? What we need most is bricks. But unfortunately, we cannot make bricks. Wow, that's pretty. We can't make bricks because we don't have any clay or sand. So we really need to be able to stop. Oh, uh-oh. Looks like we're going to need water. Looks like water might be number one. Good. Yeah, but we kind of need food, so I guess we got to make another fishing pole. I can't believe that I was so clumsy. Molasses is so gross! Scott! I can't believe it! Cancel Scott! Scott spoke bad of our Lord Molasses. Lord Molasses will not be pleased. Cover Lord Molasses' ears. Scott B is back. Did I hear Scott B is here? Lord Molasses, don't listen. Cover your ears. It's too late. I can already hear it. He's spoken poorly of the Molasses name for generations. Bonk. Get out of here. That's right. I see Alchemicus not here, so I can redeem VIP without being banned. You what? Hey, you can't redeem it again. You already have it. Hashtag cancel Scott. Wait a second. Linz, are you just bandwagoning? Have you even tried molasses? I don't know, but we used to eat a lot of molasses in Girl Scouts. What? Molasses for lunch? Oh my God. Oh my God. Why are these Girl Scouts eating all the molasses? I cried. Don't cancel me.
Don't worry. They couldn't do it even if they wanted to.
Oh wait, cupped up. Cupped up. Double cupped up on a Tuesday afternoon. Hang on. We got a fish. Oh. Fish-o. A big bowl of fish-os for breakfast. Tastes just like brine. But you see, I keep my fish-os up in my upstairs basement, so I need to bring my bowl of milk up there. Then I can have a big soggy bowl of fish-os. With real sardine powder. Can I please get a fish? I'm starving. Oh my God. I can have another stolen VIP in my future? We can only hope. We already reached the VIP cap? No. We're not at the VIP cap. We're still Gucci. We're still Gucci. In fact, I deleted a bunch of fake VIPs. I deleted a bunch of them. Like, as in, I went to their house and I revoked their VIP. Give me that. We need a hook. It's way too dangerous to be swimming around in that water. We need another hook. I can't believe that wait a second. Do I have a hook? Boy, where'd my hook go? I lost my hook. Hook up, dude. Oh, wait. Whoops. Where are we going? I'm gonna go this way. Forward. Yeah. There's still like 30 slots left. Don't worry. You'd actually cry if someone stole yours? Oh no. Bradderfield! It's Brad Earl Field! Brad Earl Field. Oh my goodness. Brad, what's up? Oi. Wait a second. It's Brad that we love. It's Brad that we need. A shout out for Brad. What rhymes with need? Shout out for Brad. So follow him with speed. Grab some of the planks. Listen to this music, you guys. Oh my god. Listen to the jammies. Oh, it's kind of, this is like Minecraft music. And that ain't bad either. Listen to this. Oof. Oh wait, we're hungry. Hungry. Don't forget about the nematodes. Wait a second, Brad. Do you know Ripsy? You better keep an eye on them. Oi. Brad, how have you been doing?
How have you been doing, my friend? When are we gonna play some games?
When are Brad and I gonna play some games together, huh? Huh, Brad, you've been promising to play games with me for months now. What did you get to show for it? Nothing. Not a single live gaming session. Then again, you do stay up super late. I don't know, we gotta do something. Brad and I go way back. One of the first people I met on Twitch. What? Wow. Brad, you got lucky finding Brad so early. Nice. You reached out for Risk of Rain 2, but it was far too late.
See what you did there. Nice. Yeah, Risk of Rain 2 would be fun. I don't think that my community likes watching me play Risk of Rain too much. But you know what? For you, Brad, I'd give up any amount of viewership. Wait a minute. I'm so thirsty right now. What the frick just happened? Oh. Noise.
Hey! Get off my boat! You're not welcome! No stowaways!
Are we talking live gaming? Oh, we don't have to. Brad. As long as we're gaming. Babe, as long as we're gaming, I'm happy. Neil gaming. I don't know what that noise was. Oh yeah, what is that TikTok sound? Yo, Linz would know that one. It's one of my favorite sounds. Oh wait, you said, did you, you've seen that one, right, Linz? It's everywhere. I think it's unavoidable. Whatever you like, Kenny. I'm pretty eclectic. Wow. You've got an eclectic vocabulary too. I'm sorry. Did you decide if you would play online with Opes? What do you mean? Opes ain't even here no more. I kicked Opes out a while ago. Sorry about that. Yeah, Opes ain't here. Dang, this ocean's so pretty. What does this ocean remind me of? I don't remember. Your community, what? Your community likes watching you, though. At least I'm in the camp of people who will watch you do the same boss fight for 3 hours. Oh, wow, same boss fight? Hey, listen here. Now listen here. That is true. That is true. We've got some dedicated beans that are just here for the vibes. And you know what? Y'all mean the most to me. Y'all make my heart swell so big that I'm worried that it's gonna pop. Sploosh. Hashtag sploosh. Nice. Barreled up.
What do you think is in these barrels? No booze? It's a fake game.
Fake game. Not a single booze barrel. It'd be kind of funny if there was like a drunkenness setting, right? Kenny, I'm in stream and play some online games with Opes and other friends. Oh. Opes and other friends? Who? What? What would we play? Mario Kart? I could kick their butt at Mario Kart. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just trash talking, you know. Yeah, Ripsy knew of me long before I met many of the other wonderful friends I have. They're kind of an OG. Oh my. An OG. Is that true? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, it's Ripsy. Hey, did I mess up? Oh, no. I didn't know that there were multiple directions. Kenny! The sass, it's true. It's a little sassy. It's a little sassy for a mushroom gal. Mmm. All right, now what can we do? We've got so much junk. Holy moly. Holy moly, look at all this junk. Look at all this garbage. Boing, boing. Wow, wait a second, we could open up this. Open up this package, what do you think's in it? I think it's a collectible card. Firewood rack, close enough. There we go, now I've got some fish. We were hungry. Teach a man how to fish. He'll eat a fish. Teach a man how to cook beef steak and he'll eat all your cows? I don't know. Good night, KP. Oi, oi, oi. Nighty night. Good night, good night, good night. Good night, good night, good night. Thanks so much for watching the ship while I was gone. Thank you very much for watching over our large plank of wood. Our oversized plank of wood. I think that we're only going to play this for a little while longer, but we'll have to return tomorrow and make some improvements because this ship is top garbo. Not in all bad ways, though, because it is like on top of collecting garbage, too, which is a good thing, But it is a little bit of a garbage wagon, and I think that we can swag it up tomorrow. We can make it look better. I'm thinking that I might, because of this ship, I might possibly improve the little cardboard ship that I'm riding on right now. Maybe I'll give it a fishing pole. That might be the first one. That might be the first order of business. Get a fishing pole. Also, I want to be able to make it bob up and down because I've already made it so that it can, but it's only the box. I need to make it so that the box and myself can bob up and down slowly on repeat, and you can still hit me with a baseball bat. That is a struggle. Getting all those things to work together has been difficult. Oh, we killed him. Okay. Harvest the meat. Does your ship have a name? All seaworthy vessels have a name. Well, we call this the squirrely schooner, I think. Right? There we go. Nice. We killed a shark. Nice. The shark is dead. For a moment, you had no idea that you were talking about your overlay. No, like IRL. Yeah, IRL. The box that I live in. I sure pay a lot of rent for just living in a box. Whoa! Whoa! Whale! 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 Whoa, this game's awesome! There's whales now? There's whales? Now there's whales, turtles, and stingrays? Oh my gosh. This is so cool. Wow, stab it. How dare you? I would never. I would never. Whales are friends, not food. Their blubber's not even that good for you. Why would you tell me to kill my friends? It won't hurt it. What? Just shoot it. It won't hurt it.
Whales are invincible.
Also, Dana, hello. Hello there. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard my hearty vessel.
My hearty vessel. Well, well, well. I'll tell you what. Maybe tomorrow I'll look up some sea shanties, and we can sing 'em along. Way hey.
Sorry. I'll fall off the edge.
Way hey and hold up.
Don't try to kill it. It'll probably turn on me and will filter myself through its teeth. You know? You know? They're filter feeders. I might look like krill to them. I don't know. I don't want to get krilled. You know what I'm saying? I pour liquid. Fresh water. Hey, pretend I'm dumb. What is better? It stands for Better Twitch TV. It makes it so that you can like unlock some extra emotes and stuff. It's like, it used to be free animated emotes, but now we have animated emotes, so that's kind of unnecessary, but it has a few other features that are nice. I use Better Twitch TV, but you can't get it on mobile, so I only use it some of the time.
Way hey and up she rises, and up about a hey and up in the morning.
Filter. I mean, it's still free. It's true, it is free. It is free. There's really no reason to not do it. Ooh, we could stop at this island. I don't know. Do you think maybe we can just make the bricks? Maybe we can finish. Maybe we can just get some bricks. Yeah, if we can get enough set. Also, we just killed a shark. This is the perfect time. This is the perfect timing. Okay, waylay anchor. Throw the anchor up to starboard bow. Oh, no, not like that. There we go. All right. Now dump off the treasure. Except for that fish. We're eating that. All right. I'm especially doing this in case I die. Don't want to lose as much stuff. There's already another shark. This game sucks. This game sucks. Yo. Yo, this game sucks. No. Why is there already a shark? That's not how sharks work. How fast do these sharks proliferate? How often do these sharks, double? There you go. Wood. Shark friends! No! These are not friends. They're not friends if they consider you food. Didn't you learn anything from Finding Nemo? Finding Captain Nemo? 50,000 fish under the sea. Stop clapping! Stop clapping. Whose side are you on anyway? Can I make an axe? Axe! Oh, we need stone. We need stone to make an axe. No watermelon? No watermelon? Why live? No shark head? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. I lost my shark head. Aw. Satyr, I would say more of a shrimp. Wait, what? Pink croissant? What are we talking about? He's talking about pink croissants. What? What is happening? Pink croissant sounds like a euphemism. All right, let's harvest some wet bricks. Wet brick. Oh no, I lost my head. You what? Who activated my Kirby? Ugh. So no shark head? Throws phone down, breaks skateboard. I always love the Tom Nook meme. Meep meep meep. Meep 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 meep. Meep 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 meep. Meep 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 meep. Sorry. Oi, thank you for the follow. Is that Minata? No, that's not Minata. It's Minato's Maki? Hi there, Maki. Thank you for the follow. Oi. If you want to correct me on how to say your name, go ahead. Flash Duolingo buddies. Oh boy. Breaking skateboards is funny. I can't understand why. You want me to break my skateboard right now? I will go grab it from my closet. If Brad will call me funny, I'll do anything. I'm very easy to pressure. TwitchCon's gonna be fun. Whee! Up we go. Pretty coral. Yeah, this reef looking good. It ain't even 420 and this reef's still looking pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Now where's the loot? Where's the sand? Bonk. I do like the wiggly underwater look to it. Doot, doot. Oh my gosh, see, this is the mother lode. A whole load of mothers at the bottom of the ocean. Wow. Mommy, what are you doing down here? What? TwitchCon is, can you come into Melbourne? What? There is no TwitchCon in Melbourne. What are you talking about? I thought that it was in Amsterdam. I think it's in Amsterdam. Is that a muffler? It may be. Muffler? I barely know her. Yeah, you can get some scrap iron down here. The muffler load. Wow. We both made horrible horrible jokes based on a muffler. Wow. Brad. Missed an L. Excuse me. I'm picking up L's all the time. What are you talking about? All right. I should be able to make some wet bricks with all this loot. There might be this year. There's one in Melbourne in the past. Well, I don't think that I could afford going to Melbourne, so that's not an option. I can barely afford to go to the TwitchCon in America, okay? In fact, there are some that might say I can't afford to go to TwitchCon in America. But I do whatever I want, darn it. Things like math and reason have no power over me. You have no power here, Gandalf math boy. Kill. How's this thing still living? Get out of here. Alright, I'm gonna fix up my ship. Let's go. Oh, Ripsy, it was nice hanging out with you, even if you're wrong on most of your takes. But we'll see you later. Enjoy your lurk. Nightbot, don't call me out for lurking. You what? Along with 2249, who? So no meeting, Kenny. Oh, look, you come to America. Come to America. It's better over here anyway. What do we do? That's totally wrong, by the way. But what was I? Oh yeah, my wet bricks. Do we have enough bricks now? This game can be a little tedious when it comes to the bricks. I think we just need 5, right? Or is it? Oh no, it's 6. Oh frick. Oh frickington. Right? Ah, it is 6, and we need nails too. Everywhere else is better. That's not true, but I think that Australia is better than America. I was only teasing. Yeah, see, that's a pretty common thing to happen, Awkward, is that I agree that America is kind of stinky, but people really do, like, be like, America's the worst country ever. And it's like, maybe go a little far there. Maybe a little far. But, yeah, I'd love to visit Australia. Seems like a lot of fun over there, and I feel like I would jive with the peeps a lot. I feel like I'd be jiving. What about New Zealand? Oh, nobody talks about New Zealand. Don't worry about that. Let me put that there. Is there like a huge influx of people like moving into New Zealand from Australia? They're like, crikey. Crikey, let's go next door. Maybe it's better. Crikey. Well, I've had about enough of crocodile. Let's drink some Wawa. We'll see if it's better. Your school loans are ridiculous. My what? Did I go to school? Excuse me? Who went to school? Whose school loans? I don't have any school loans. My school loans are great. What's that noise? Why is there so many water sounds? My character's dying. Oh no. Drink up, brother. Drink up, gamers. Here we go. It's probably all the water. Zach, listen, I haven't been here. I haven't noticed it, okay? I hadn't noticed the sound of the water. Zach, you are pretty sassy this evening. Sass master? Oh, hang on. We need to research sand. We need to learn about what sand is and what it means to other people. So we can't even learn about sand. We're so dumb. We're so dumb. We don't even know what sand is. Imagine picking up a handful of sandful and saying, "What is this?" Not shark. That's part of it. Whoa, is that chicken being washed by Blastoise? Hey, is Blastoise killing my favorite chicken streamer? No, don't kill him. He's a good chicken. Blastoise is like, or whatever noise Blastoise makes. I passed on Blastoise, by the way. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough. It gets everywhere. I don't like sand. Reminds me of my dad's sandpaper when he used to make little wooden figurines on Tatooine before he left me. This music got really deep, you guys. Really important. Maybe we do have to solve the world's crises, one little hooky at a time. I'm gonna smack rocks. Where's my boat? My boat! Also Lex! What's up? How are you doing? What a perfect thing to say on a first date. You what? That infamous line is redundant. I don't like sand because I don't like it, darn it. I just don't! Stop asking me for explanations. Not everything needs a reason, Padme. Maybe I don't need a reason. Just like I don't need a reason to love you. Anakin, please. You're embarrassing yourself. No, I'm not. This is just me. If you can't accept me when I'm spitting, you're gonna have to be accepting that I'm quitting. Bye. I want some net. Net! Oh, wait. Nail? We have no scrap. How are we supposed to do anything when we have no scrap? Rough and coarse mean the same thing. He was describing it using multiple words. It's called a good vocabulary. You wouldn't understand, Brad. All you could say is poggers. I've heard your streams. All you say is, yeah, let's go. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Poggers. That's all that you say, Brad. So maybe you could include some words like coarse and rough. Maybe we can listen. We could all improve our vocabulary a little bit. You posted a photo of the enchiladas you made in cooking class. I was trying to post food on Discord earlier. Was anybody having trouble like uploading pictures? I think I saw that. See, I was gonna upload some pictures of my food, and it wouldn't upload that. I had to like send it to my computer to be able to send anything. Let me see if it let me post my enchilada. It says compressing files and it won't let it. Hey, thanks. Thanks for the raid. Oh no, I barely noticed. Raiders, thank you so much. Anaya Falcon, let me give you I'll give you a little intro, okay? Because my stupid alerts are busted. There we go. There's some sound effects. Thank you for the raid, Anaya Falcon. We're sitting on the ship. I was trying to post a picture of enchiladas, but it won't work. It won't work. Oi, oi, oi. But yes. Hi there. Welcome to the wonderful world of Raft. It's nice to see you. Hello. We're on our little raft right now, and it may be mostly made out of cardboard, but you know what? We'll be improving it as we play this game. I'll make it better than just this little. Oh dear. Oh, we need some water. I'm already thirsty. Good. Anaya, how was your stream? Thank you so much. What were you playing? Let me see. Articulate Gaming. Thanks so much for first time chatting. Welcome, welcome. I still can't post that picture, you guys. I want to show y'all the enchiladas. It's so good. You were playing Unpacking. Nice. I know a lot of people that have been playing that. Freedom for the squirrels. Freedom for them. Thank you for the follow, Articulate Gaming. I appreciate it. Welcome to the party. Speaking of party, Miss Obi, thank you so much for the sub. What the heck?
Well, 2 months.
A whole 2 months.
Thank you so much for the Prime subscription, Mrs. Obi. Miss Obi, we were just talking about Anakin.
What a fortuitous time for you to appear. I just stopped making fun of him. Whoops. Got him. You're pretty good. Pretty tired, just hanging out and chatting. Then you started playing Unpacking for the 10th time. Hey, Anaya! It's 2 years, baby! Can we get a round of applause? Can we get some hype in the chat? Oi, Anaya, 2 years. What the heck? What the heck? Oh my God. You've done it. What have you done? Thank you so much. Anaya, one of the homies that is, listen, if it weren't for people like Anaya that found me early on, I would not be streaming right now. I would not be. Oh my gracious. Thank you so much for all that you do, Anaya Falcon. And yes, I'm including your streams. I'll be watching your streams. I'll be lurking it up. I'll be sneaky watching. Sneaky watching, sneaky watching. Look at all that hype. Yeah. 2-year hype. 2-year hype. 2 more years. 2 more years. 2 more years. Is this the raft? It is. It is the raft. And look, over in this water here, I have my drink. It's right behind. It's right behind this box. Why does my hand look so skinny? Oh, look how weak I am. You guys haven't worked out enough. I haven't worked out enough. You have sippy. What? Oh. Stop noshing on my boat, you dumb shork. Listen, I'm sorry. No, Linz, that was a joke, Linz. Listen, y'all can't even see me do workouts anymore. I have to turn that off now because y'all can't see it. It's not cool if you can't see it. I have to have a second camera to be able to continue doing pull-ups because it's not satisfying for you not to see them. It's not fair. It's not fair. So I apologize, okay? Work out in your box? I can't do pull-ups in this box.
Bruce, leave the raft alone. Fish are friends, not food. I never knew my father.
I love Bruce.
Hello, Nemo. Fish are friends.
I'm trying to remember what else he says. My favorite thing that he says is, I never knew my father.
Ooh, something smells good. Just a bite.
All right, I should be able to make history. Poor shark. I know, he's doing his best. He's doing his best. We need dry bricks. Wait, we need 6 bricks? 6 bricks and 4 more nails. Oof. Oh, we put it over here. Yeah, we need 4 more nails. 4 more.
4 more nails. Now we're going to build the finest smelter in all the land. Yo, this crab bussin'. Oh yeah, smelt me for dinner. I think we're gonna put our smelter right here. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, baby.
Oh, baby.
So now we place our planks, and then we place our thanks.
Not the bussin' crab. Also, Kenny, the reason why your arm looks so skinny was because of a thing called foreshortening. If something is farther away than the observer, like your other arm, it will look smaller than the one closest to us. Oh, thanks for the lesson. I'm gonna go do some pull-ups. Listen, you taught me about brains. Now Linz is gonna teach me about strain. Wait. We need to drink up. Drink up, gamers. Don't forget to activate your G Fuel codes online. All right. Got to make sure that this character's looking healthy. And now, I'm going to go do a quick workout. Thanks, Linz. Shaking the boat! That boat looks choppy! Hey, who's blowing on the boat? Whew. It's getting windy out here. It blew my hat off. What's up, gamers? Sorry, that's me, Kenny. Whoa, you're breaking a lot of wind there, awkward. Guess that checks out. Also, hi, Jade. What's up? Me and Bruce are, well, we're kind of getting along. He's telling me about how he misses his father. I started stabbing him in the face. I feel like our relationship is going somewhere, but I can't tell. I tried to tell you, but you, what? Listen, we're fine. We're fine. Nothing but a little bit of choppy seas. Listen. Nothing that we haven't dealt with before. Nothing that we can't deal with now. I'm going to...
Fish your friends, not food. Don't worry, Nemo. We won't eat you. We're not even hungry. Don't worry, Nemo. These teeth are for chewing on plants. Don't you know that sharks are vegetarian?
Okay, then.
Wait.
Hey! Listen. Get more fiber in his diet. Hey, you frick! He ate my boat.
I just want to have a bite out of your boat, Nemo. Don't worry. I don't even like fish very much.
Linz refunded your redeem. Oof. Linz, that's playing dirty. That's playing dirty. Listen, if you want some points, Linz, I can give you some points. Oh my goodness. My poor mod's out here slumming it, running out of points, begging. Listen, if you need them, I'll give it to me.
Oh, I'll give it to you, all right. I'll give you all the points you need.
Let's do some research with the seaweed. Seaweed research? Oh my god. Oh my god, he researched seaweed. Weed of the sea. What's the best weed? Weed of the sea. What is the best chicken? Probably, Chick-fil-A, unfortunately. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, it's a real bummer, but I'll settle for Cane's, I guess. Yeah. Research pineapple seeds. It's a pineapple seed. So what? It's a story about bees. Everybody loves bees. So what? It's a story. Everyone loves it. Kenny, can you give me points? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You cause enough mayhem with your naturally born points. Plank. I'll do 2 home runs, 2 puffer fish, and 1 kiss to use the lost points. Oh boy. Oh boy, that sounds about fair. Did you see me phase back in? I was kind of struggling with that phase back in, but I'm doing it. Oh, frick. My hammer. Stop. You're embarrassing me in front of my friends. My friends are here. My friends are in the chat. We're going to put this right there. I still love how you point to stuff. Very satisfying. Dang, Wafer and his stupid cute emotes. Listen, that's what I was saying. Wafer was here earlier, and then poof, he was gone. He was gone. He's not to be trusted. Not to be trusted. Dubious creature alert. Dubious Wafer alert. Best look out. Wafers on the prowl. I can hear him. He's over the hill. You learned flippers. Why'd they word it like that? You learned flippers. A dubious wafer. Oh, a dubious wafer. Up to no good. No good.
Nice. It's time to set sail for adventure. Set sail!
Set sail for... I don't actually know where we're going.
How does one learn flippers?
Well, all you gotta do is research seaweed goop. You silly. I just showed you how to do it. I just showed you how. You just melt a bunch of seaweed. And then you go to your research table in real life. And you learn all about it. Now we're looking in the Barney bag. Oh wait, no, that's not the Learn It song. Do you know the kid that wanted to know everything about everything? That's you! Sid the science kid.
The settings haven't been changed yet. What? Wait, why can mods say the beavers?
What? What? The what? The mods can say what? The beaver's home? You can't, you all can now. It's PG-13 now. No F words, no C words, and no S words. Everything else is fine. It's PG-13 now. Both the Discord and streamings. I meant to re-announce that. But yes, there's a little update on the Discord. I'm probably not going to change the way that I talk because I'm still pretty cozy talking this way. So I don't think I'm gonna change anything. But I wanted to make it especially more comfy for people that like raid or something. You know, it's kind of weird to be like, hey, you can't see that, man. And they're like, oh, okay. Whoa, you better watch it, Brad. I'm just getting a little close now. That's getting a little close to the real thing. The real thing that'll get you banned. Oh my gosh, you all are going to get banned, actually. Actually, stream canceled. Stream canceled, but first, the streamer about to... Oh, hey! What the... Excuse me? Did that shark just eat this without me noticing? He sure is a sneaky snacker. A sneaky snacker on his tiptoes going to the kitchen. It won't let it through. Oh, yeah, I might have to change a setting. My bad. My bad. That might be... Is that just like a auto mod thing? I don't know. This moderator thing is so confusing. Won't even let people say words like bottom. They're like, wow, look, the bottom of the ocean. And Automod's like, I don't think you should talk about the ocean's butt that way. Nice, nice. Nice, nice. So now that we're set sail, we can pretty much do anything we freaking want. Ban, ban, ban. Yay! Yay, banning. Still banning words. You want to unban them? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. I didn't know that you could do that. That's sick. That's sickly. Thank you. All right, I'm going to cook some tilap. It's a lopping your head off. Here we go. Ah, shark meat. Hoo-ha-ha. Oh, that was so tasty. That was so tasty. It tasted just like Mother used to make. Mother used to cook a mean shark. She'd cook nice sharks, too. I haven't gotten to ban in so long. It's all right. It's all right. We got a few people around here that you could probably ban. Ooh, nice. Deleted block term hell? Hell. But that's a real place. I can't wait to go. Oh, I can't wait. I've got my ticket ready. Barrel full of loot. Wait, decoration package.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm ready to open up this present.
Oh, we're getting kind of thirsty. There you go. Yeah, everything's fine. The only thing that's not allowed are the 3 words that I mentioned. But that doesn't mean, like, go crazy. Like, don't go crazy, guys. Like, remember, there's still wholesome peeps about, you know? Like, if you gotta say it, if it just makes sense and it can't be said no other way, then I understand. But, yeah, no, that doesn't mean that you have to go crazy. You don't have to treat this like your mom just told you can say bad words. Oh, Mom, I can't? Oh, geez, I've got so many things to say. Oh, I've been holding so much back. All right, now let's take a look at what we can do. I'm about to act up. Now, Brad, you can do whatever you want. Now, Brad, baby, you can do whatever you want. Let's see. What can we make? Circuit board, battery, worthless.
Worthless, I say.
How am I supposed to make Anchor? I want a fancy Anchor. Licensed to ill. You know, we were actually listening to some Beastie Boys on the way down to Austin. We kind of listened to everything, but Beastie Boys was included. Beastie Boys kicking it live. Burn it. Burn, burn. Brooklyn. Brass monkey.
Room for one more on that raft.
Monkey. It's Oops, what? At tier 2? Hey. Oopsty. Oh my goodness. Hey. Oi, oi, oi. Oopsty just subscribed. Could we get some hype in the chat for Oopsters? Oh, Oopsty. Thank you. Thank you. Oi. This little peep that I got in front of me is actually... Oops actually gave it to me. And Obi, thank you for the gifted sub. What the heck? Y'all are so generous today. You guys are crazy generous. Thank you so much, Miss Obi. That means a lot.
Obi gifted
It
a
means
tier
a
1
lot.
sub to Jade
Oops.
Reduber. They have
Look.
given 2 gift subs in the
I
channel.
went down to Galveston. Look, I went down to Galveston, got me a new hat. Ooh. There we go. We've been fishing. We've been fishing for trouble. Fishing for nothing but trouble. And you know what we found? A shark. Ready. Come back. No. You escape. Still escaping? What does your hat say? I don't know. California something. It's the California bear. I got this hat while I was on a trip over in Cali. And I think I picked it up whenever I was about to go hiking up near the, what is it? I got corrected last time I mentioned them, but the redwoods? I think it was actually the sequoias specifically that I went and saw. And this hat was perfect. It was perfect for shading my little brain. My little body. Ooh, did you visit Kelsey and Jordan in Cali? That was actually a different trip. It's actually a different trip, but I did visit Jordan and Kelsey in Cali, but I didn't know them that well whenever I first got this hat. I've been back there like 3 times in 3 years, I think. I love it over there. I kind of love it over there, but it's a little too expensive for me to want to live there, I think. Here we go. Yahoo! But Jade, I'm so glad that you got gifted a sub. Miss Obi handing out the subbies. Subbed up. Club going sub on a Tuesday. Excuse me, could you get your sharkly bottom over here? Could you get your shark buns up in this? Oh! Uh-oh. Threw something off the edge. There are more words that we can unban, but the list is at 69, so you're not going to touch it. Great. This is the maturity of my mods right now. They won't unban words for everybody because the list is at 69. And I think you can start to see why there was like... Why I felt like there was a reason to let words be unbanned, right? My goodness. It's my mods that are the troublemakers. Get back! Okay. How dare you! Yahoo! Gimme, gimme, gimme! You need to go visit? Oh, you should. Oh, you should. California's fun. I went there for VidCon, then I went there to meet Malice and to hang out, and then this most recent time I went to meet Arisa, Kelsey. I got to meet Jaden. I met Alchemic. I think that was it. But it's mostly to hang out with Jordan and Kelsey. Got to hang out at their house for our days. We was chilling. I got to try absinthe for the first time. Nice. That was what was absinthe in my life. That's really hard to say. Grab that. Yo, let's fish up. Yeah, we got to do some fishing real quick. Maybe it's time for us to research a finer, like, water purifier, because this one sucks. You've only been once, but you really need to visit Jordan and Kelsey, and you also had another friend that moved there. Nice. Oh, sick, dude. All right. Now, how do we actually research some, like, good stuff? Like this thing. What is this? It's a metal ingot. That's what we need. We definitely had metal before, but I think I lost it stupidly. This is a bolt. It's like a thick screw, it says. Not exactly. It's like a non-tapering screw. We need glass. Oh, so we probably need to put sand in there, eh? Like that's how you make glass, right? Put sand in a furnace. This is Minecraft, right? Sweet. Glass up, gamers. Get your glasses on.
Get your glasses on. Otherwise, you might be missing this gaming prowess. You might miss these moves if you don't put your glasses on. Oh, baby.
Also, Opsty, if you're still here, are you going to be streaming tonight? You streaming it up? Sure would like an upgraded hook. An upgraded hook. Yo, we kind of schmoving. Where's the wind is a-blowing this way. We go whether the wind blows. Whither and hither. I'm waiting for glass. I wanna make a water purifier. This one works like based off the sun, I believe, so you don't have to add planks to it. It's very convenient. All that you do is that you just get big buckets of water and then, ooh. Oh God. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. He got away. He got away scot-free. At least he freed Scott on the way out. All right, we need a research glass, but I guess we can make some more because it's going to take some. All right, let's learn. Let's finally learn something. Oh my gosh, we learned all about it. The advanced purifier. Now, how do we make it? We need a bee jar. Looks like a lot of bolts. How the frick do I make bolts? Is that a thing that we know how to do yet? I don't think it is. Do we need to, like, research bolts first? How do you make them? You need... Oh, it's just iron. I can't believe that we lost iron, because we definitely had it. Okay, well, next island that we go to, we've got to go pick up some iron. It's a little trickier to dive for, but it's kind of easy to spot. Go for it, Daddy Lens. What? My dad asked if he can say all 7 dirty words in chat. Oh, wait a second. Are we talking about... Is he talking about George Carlin's 37? Rat batch. Dirty old... Yeah, and I love some George Carlin. I have the full George Carlin collection. I love that man. I think that we talked about this, didn't we? We did talk about this. I was like, your dad knows what the heck is going on. I love George Carlin. Can we get some more nets? What would be the net effect of us getting more? Yeah, Kim! Hey, what's up? Welcome back, welcome back. Oi, 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 Kim!
It sure has been a while, huh?
JPEG Stripes is back. Nice. How are we doing in here? We're doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Thanks for asking, darling. JPEG Stripes. Who is this person? Oopsie, I know them from your chat, but I haven't gotten to know them too well. Do you have some tea? Do you have some tea to spill? Ooh. Also, I didn't see you respond to my question. Unbelievable. Vio! Thank you for the kisses. Oh no, not the tea. What? We met? What? Yeah, we met when I was at your house. Oh! Oh, they knew. They knew, homies. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Well, it's nice to meet you, JPEG. Yeah, you came over. What? What? You came over when I was... What? You been in my house before? Listen, I don't know how many claws I had, but I think I'd remember something like that. At the stream? Yeah, I thought so. Let me see now. I'm gonna make us a fresh anchor. We just need some rope. Some rope.
Give me a rope.
Put all your hope in the rope. Praise the rope. I love the pointing. The pointing is always funny. I like that. Oh, yes. We need water. I am starving for water. Hopefully we'll find some, like, watermelon on the shore. Some watermelon on the beach. Something on the beach. There we go. There we go. Look at that big island. I see a bird up there. You think we can kill that bird? Also, you guys donated too much. You guys gave me too many. You broke it. You broke my stream, you breakers. You breakers, you. You naughty few, you breakers, you. My stream's never been the same because of, you. Did I just rhyme you with you? Kuri! Julie! Oh my god, it's Kuri. Oh my god. It's the one who avoided us. Oh, Kuri, what are you doing here? I thought you didn't like seeing us anymore. Homie. Yeah. Okay. I guess I forgive you. Kuri. How are you doing, by the way? Look at all these cuties. It's true. There's a lot of cute ones out here. Aw, look at the little bleppy angel. He looks like a little angel. He is an angel, Mom. I think I've already cooked up all my grub. My grub. Grubs for dinner. Wait, I'm starving. You guys, I can't get over there fast enough. Oh, stupid shark. Come here. No, you suck. You suck my ship. You stupid shark. Get over here, let me kill you. Find the mushrooms. All right. We'll find the mushrooms. Let me eat some beets. And we'll be ready to go. Where's the gnome? Did that not show up? Where's the gnome? Did the gnome go off? Did that gnome pop off? Hello? It was? Did it go off? Oh, there it goes. Oh yeah, check out my little boat. I'll make it do some more waves. It's so subtle. It's I could make it move a little bit more, but I can make my little box go on a wave. Okay. Ah! Hey! Stop! I was doing something. Stop. Oh dear. My pineapple seeds. Boing. Okay. We need to make it to shore. To shore for sure. I'll tell you what we're gonna do though. We're gonna like dump everything that we can. Big dump live on stream. Wow. He's dumping live. All right, let's make another stupid container. Because I don't have time for smart ones, you guys. Listen. All these corporations are listening to us with our smart devices. Oh, we need plastic and scrap. Wario. Okay, so we're not gonna need our cup. But we could use an axe. What do you need for an axe? To make an axe to chop down the trees, you need plank, stone, and rope. Uh-oh. That's like everything. Oh boy. Plank, stones, rope. What else could you possibly need? Alright. Stone axe. And where is it? Where's my stone axe? Oh, there it is. I'm dumping everything in case we die, because you drop everything on death and you can never pick it up, and it sucks. And the developers should be canceled, and thanks for coming to my TED Talk. BRB, shower! All right, finally.
No stinky obst. There's no stinky obst left in the ocean. They all got washed.
Nice bunny! Thank you, Caitlin. This was given to me by Obst. It's a beep. Beep, beep. I'm gonna make it balance. Balance, little baby. Little baby balancers. Adorable. Hooray! Beats, Bears, and Battlestar. Oh no, not that again. Not that show again. Don't talk about that anymore. Also, Caitlin's, I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello, hello. I missed everybody so much. Oops was so distracting, and I'm still kind of mad. Oh, wait, there's a bird up on that hill. We need to avoid it. We need to avoid it and find food, because I'm starving. It matches your squirrel. I'm pretty sure that's why I got it. Yeah, because it's a purple. It's like a purple bunny. Purple bunny plus purple squirrel. All right, we got coconut. Nice. I'm surprised that we can just nosh on this thing. I mean, somebody was joking about that earlier, but I'm still worried about taking a bite out of a coconut. Just ask the burb nicely if he can chill. Daddy, chill. What the heck even was that? Daddy, chill. Rango. We need some merch. I'm working on stickers right now. Working on stickers. I've been talking to friends that do fulfillment. I'm gonna buy, probably tomorrow, I'm gonna start buying some packaging and stuff like that. I'm gonna start by selling stickers. We'll see what kind of interest the stickers have, and if they've got some interest, then maybe we will, maybe we'll make more of them, get some custom art. I mean, they'll be custom art anyway. I just mean for stickers specifically. And if they do well, then maybe I'll make some shirts. Well, we'll see. I don't know. It's a small community, so merch is not too important. But I know that there's a lot of you beans that would like some merch, because I know I want some. I want to be able to wear some cute squirrel outfits. But I'm not gonna just copy paste my emotes onto shirts and stuff. If we're gonna make it, it's gonna be something great. It's gonna be something we can all be proud of wearing. All be proud of showing off. Please don't touch. Please don't touch. Okay, it seems like you can kind of avoid this pig. Okay, it's got like 1 hit left on this tree. Oh, 2 hits. Nice. Squirrel onesies for all, finally.
Something I can finally be proud of wearing. A squirrel onesie. Perfect business casual wear.
Let's go. Yeah, we need a squirrel ubi. Talk to Corey about how we get that. How do we get a custom ubi? Ubisoft. Weird. All right, nom 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 nom. We appreciate that. You hate copy pasta on merch? Yeah, like Salty does has gotten a lot of merch specifically for art specifically for his merch, which is super cool. Super cool. We like that. We like that. We like to see that. Could you go away, you stupid pig? Will you die if you go into the ocean? An ocean? All right, he gave up. He gave up and we got some food. All right. So, we can grab, what was the thing that we needed? Iron, right? Yeah. Foods! What are you doing? Are you sweating all over my keyboard? You are going to break my keyboard. Stop sweat. Foods, how are you doing? Did you just make Brad leave? My Brad is poo. It's early bedtime. Oi. Bonne nuit. Mes amis. Bonne nuit. Bonne nuit, mes amis. All right, we'll see you later. Good night. Good night. Night, 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 night. Thanks for hanging out, Seder. I'm glad that you've been getting so much stuff done. Hope you get some good rest. Rest up. Close enough. Good night, my friends. Good night. Have a wonderful rest. Could I please get a bit of plastic? Yeah, we need plastic because I just broke my hook. My hook. It's broken. Just helping you wash it. Oh, thanks. I actually could probably see some hairs in here. Ew. Ah! You guys, do we need to do a keyboard cleaning stream? Boat. Take a good hard look at this motherfucking boat. I'm on a boat. Yeah, somebody else was talking about that other. This is a song of Captain Jack Sparrow. Oi, oi. OT, you're welcome on my boat anytime. Anytime. There's room enough in this cardboard box for many. For many. Shouts out to OT. That's a good bean right there. Now that's a good bean. Now OT is one of those homies that we love. We love OT. Wait. If you need some good vibes, you guys better hop over to those OT streams because I'm going to be there. All right. Listen, I'm going to be sneaking around. I'm not going to be chatting, so don't expect anything like that. Come back here. You stupid shark. I've had about enough of your shenanigans. Shenanigan again. Yeah, I just need to make a hook. Das hook? I'm getting better at not lurking. I'm getting better. Okay, it's a slow recovery. It's a slow recovery. I'm welcome on your boat anytime except for this time. I received no invite, even though you said you sing the song. Wait, what? You sing the song of my people? That's the song of your people? OT, I don't even know if you can like drop into this game, can you? Because I did think that maybe my friends would want to join. So I did make it possible for friends to join. But I don't know what would happen now. Would you just spawn on my boat? Do you want to help me on this boat? Is that what you're saying? Lurking can be nice. It's true. Sometimes you just can't, like, focus on a stream too much. I also have the problem that if I say hi in some people's chats, they'll be like, oh my god, Earl, shout him out. And I'm like, please. Hey, look, Kenny learned a thing. Wait, what? Where? I didn't learn anything. Can you drop in? Jacques. What? What? What does that mean? Are you speaking French? I'm not Canadian. I'm just a stupid American. Texans don't know nothing. I'm just a silly old Texan. I don't know nothing about no French. If I don't know nothing about no French, then I know something about some French. Ooh, we found the mushroom cave. Is Mushroom Gal still here? We found the mushroom cave. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Can you drop in? See, I'm not understanding. He admits his guilt. Listen, I'm not guilty at all. I have no guilt. I'm guiltless. Mushroom Gal, hooray! Hooray! We will pluck the mushrooms. We've uprooted your family. Hooray! You can't shout me out. Get out of here. There'll be none of that. Ew, what is this? No! What the frick? What just hit me? Was that a bird? Oh, I think it was the bird. Oh no. Oh no! My bird! I'm about to show him my bird. Boing. Boing. Ah! I'm climbing. We're going. Alright, up we go, up we go. Ignore the bird. Ignore him.
Yeah, baby. We made it to the top of the mountain. A life-changing view awaited me at the top. I thought of all the friends that I had to leave behind along the way. I thought about their bodies lying right before me with a knife in my hand. Ah, it was worth it. Yahoo! I lived. That's all that matters. And if I'm living, then I'm winning. I swam back to my ship.
What do I do now? Hey! Aw, that's so cute. Where is that from, Brad? A knife? What have you got there, Mr. Buckle? A knife? Oh no! My friends.
Watermelon. You think it's a watermelon, do you?
Oh my gosh, chat's getting dangerous. Never mind, I take everything back. Where's my iron, though? I really need iron. I can't leave without it. Oh, shork. Shorks for nothing. Oh, shucks. Like Scoob, we really need iron. Like there's a shark over there. We gotta finish this. Oh my God, there's so many knives. You guys stop. Stop with the violence. Listen, I know that I started it, but I'm about to finish it. I'm about to finish this whole stream. I will stop streaming. If I see one more knife emote. Here we go. We just need some iron. Hey, no kisses. Oh, well, I guess Opes isn't here. Only while Opes is taking a bath. I'm gonna get in trouble otherwise. He's very possessive. Just kidding. Ew, is that a flamethrower? Whoa. Whoa, Brad. Brad, I can't believe that your OC is so violent. I guess it's not an OC, is it? Isn't it a character from Mega Boy or something? Mega Mind, I think, right? Bomberman? What was it? Something like that. Let's go up here. It's a little kid with a blue arm. Is that Samus? Yeah. Samus of the Metroid series with the blue blaster on their arm. Yeah, gun arm. Oh, from Mega Man. Oh, that's what it was. Mega Man. Yeah. The Mega Samus. Samus, the animal.
I think that my uncle went up to Colorado to hunt Samus.
Megan Man. Mega Mind. Listen, Mega Man is so mega, he's got a Mega Mind too, okay?
Samus, yes, hunt them all down.
What? You want them to... No bit. No maidens, I mean. No maidens. Listen, I don't want maidens. Why do I have bolts? This is amazing. Dude. I just want all the birds to die. Is that so much to ask for? I just want every bird de-winged. Can we de-wing every bird? Then we feast on their carcasses. All right, we've got some iron. The iron is not lost on me. We could use some more though, TBH. But this shark has been kind of popping off. Now, I've been away for so long. He's been waiting, and now he bites. Of course, typical, babe. You do this every time. 3 hits and he gives up. Oh my goodness, you're so predictable. This is why this relationship is boring me, Mr. Shark. Because it's the same old thing every single day. Babe, you changed. You changed. Wow, we learned so much about metal. Now we can get... Wait, what? I want to learn how to make bolts. Dude, what the heck? Oh. We researched them now. Can I make them? Oh, shucks. Oh, it's all at the top. Oh my god, we can learn so much. So much to learn, so little. Oh my gracious. Okay, this might be a... Is this a good time to end? Have we reached like a good ending point? Now we've got new hooks, new axes, new fishing rod. We've got shears, shovels, and shark bait. A sweep net for catching bugs? What the heck? You can catch bugs in this game. I don't believe it. We got a net launcher. We have an upgraded bow and arrow. We've got a metal spear, flippers. All this bull crap we already had. A new anchor. Oh my gosh, you guys, we're about to waylay into this game. We about to waylay all over this place. Hey ho, and up she rises. Early in the morning. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. And we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with some more Raft. And also we could talk about all kinds of other garbage. Garbage, I say. But it's been lots of fun. Thanks for vibing with me. I'm gonna... Oh, frick. Wait. Don't exit. Save, dude. Oh, my God. Ooh, more Raft. Ooh, I like that pun. I like that pun. Some mooring of the raft, dude. Yes. More Raft. More Raft. More Raft. We'll play tomorrow. We'll play some tomorrow. I wonder, do I have my... I made like a little schedule. Let me see. Where's my... Here we go. I mocked this up. It doesn't look so good. But look, okay, I'm thinking that maybe like each week I'll mock up and maybe I'll like improve this a little bit as time goes on. But here we go. Weekly schedule. I think on Mondays I'll maybe like make a fresh one and try to plan out something. So Fortnite looks like it's gonna be, it looks like Fortnite's happening on Sunday with, it looks like OT, Human One, and Salty. It's gonna be sick. Also, Elfie, oh hi, what's up? What are you doing? Elfie, why are you awake? No, now I wanna keep streaming. Oh my God, I've been streaming for 5 hours. No, I'll be back tomorrow. I'd love to see you there. Aw. I want to hang out with Elfie now. No. Survival crafting, art stream. I'll be getting some doodles done, and I'll be doing doing doodles of chat. So if you've been really wanting to get a doodle done, then this art stream is like your big opportunity. This is your big opportunity because I don't think I'm gonna be doing too much like doodles on stream. Maybe not quite as much as I had thought. So, you know. You're gonna want to be there if you want to doodle. We have some examples over in the Discord if you want to see the goofy things that I done doodled. But let me see who's online. We got raided by Salty today, which was insane. Thank you again if you happen to be here, Salt. Looking forward to the games, but that means that we gotta pass along the love, of course, you guys. So we gotta find someone real special. Now, who's online? Who's online? Oh my God, Luke, the fake cousin, is online. I guess we could... let's see, Dogfish's on, Tin's on. Man, lots of good beans online. How are you supposed to decide anything in this world when there's so many decisions to make? Huh? Tin's on? I see Tin's on. It's been a while. What is Tin playing? Is Tin actually playing a game for once? He's playing Virtual Casino. Is that a game? You guys, let's be honest. Is that a game? I don't know. Also, this music is like perfect for this for this boat area. Listen, you just gotta roll with it. Is that true? I don't know if that's okay. You guys, we're gonna go see fake casino. Do we want to go see a fake casino over at Tin's place? JPEG, it was nice hanging out with you. Thanks so much for being here. Oi. Nice to meet you on a second chat, second stream. All right. I've got my bonnet secured onto my head. I think we're ready for some gambling. Let's go do some gambling with my friendo 10. Thank you so much for being here. It means so much. Thank you so much for the support. I'm still shocked by you, Beans. I'm still shocked. 2 years going and I'm still... Hype Train says, get me hyped up. What can I say? But yes, I will see you guys later. I'll be back tomorrow with some more nonsense. And let's get the heck out of here. And go say hi to my friend Tenor. He's a super sweet bean. He's about to be married to Kuri. Kuri's another good friend of mine, was hanging out in the chat. Lives down south in Texas. Would have loved to see them during Opsty's visit, but it didn't happen this time. But we're gonna get to see them in I mean, we're gonna get some pictures. We're gonna get some pictures with Curry and Tin. There's some good beans. I've hung out with them for like days on end. I hung out with them for like, I don't think it was nearly a week. I think it was like 4 days or something. They're really, really sweet people. Some of my favorites. They even suckered me to go to the first casino I ever went to, and now he's doing a virtual casino. Let's go. They're the whole reason that I went to WinStar. Okay, we're gonna go say hi to 10. Love you guys. Let's start this raid. Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Wow.
Oi! Thanks so much, all you good peeps. All you good peeps. I will see y'all tomorrow. I hope I see every single one of y'all. I know that Linz is going to be watching over kids, but everybody else better be here. I'm going to be angry. Also, that is so cute. I love that emote, Linz. Oh my God. Oh my God. Be gentle with those cheerleaders' hearts. Oh my goodness. Bye here for the end. See you later, Pink Monster. Thanks for being here, Callie. Bye-bye, Tayaki. See you later, Linz. Bye-bye, Obsty. Hooray! You'll be there. Ooh. Everybody, if you want me to say goodbye to you, you better get in chat right now. Oi, Mushroom Gal. Thank you so much for watching over my actions towards the mushroom kind and making sure that I was appropriate with those poor mushrooms that were living in that. Thank you, Kim. Then we'll see you later, Kim. Spooks and Spanks. Look, just give him some of these. Give him some of these or some of these, okay? Just hit him with some goodies, all right? Yeah, boy, Ugu, you caught me at the very end. See you later. Much love. Love you, Ugu. Let's play some more games, all right? Let's play some more games. Salty, thank you so much for the raid. It was crazy. It means so much. You don't even understand. Thanks for being here, Alfie. Bye-bye, Spooks and Spanks. Bye-bye, Kim. Thanks so much for the jam. And all right, peace. See you guys later. Take care of yourselves. Much love. Now get out of here. Otherwise, I'm going to kick you out, baby. Thanks for watching the videos. Much really appreciated it, friend.